Order the Board of Trustees for the Dripping Springs Independent School District. Tonight is August 17th, and I show the time being 6:09 p.m. We are meeting for the purposes of a workshop at the moment. We will roll into an agenda review meeting after this. I show all board members present. We have some participating in person this week as well as virtually. So thank you all for being here. Just a reminder, these meetings take place on the third Monday of every month. They have for the last 8 years I've served as a Board of Trustees. So I want to make sure everybody remembers. If you need to catch us on the regular, we're here every third Monday. Every fourth Monday is our regular meeting. And so we appreciate those of you who have dialed in online. On March 16th, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Kim Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meeting laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to the COVID-19. In accordance with these suspended rules, we certify the following. Notice that this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference or telephone call. We are meeting by the use of Zoom software application, which allows two-way communication for members of the public. As we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public have been given the opportunity to submit written comments in advance. We will read these comments into the record before the board's consideration of those items. If you would like to provide comment at a future meeting conducted by video conference or telephone call, please follow instructions on the meeting notice. All other meeting procedures will adhere to board operated procedures to the extent practicable. An audio recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. This software application allows for an unlimited number of people to view and interact at a time. We apologize in advance for any unforeseeable
Should I text our technical support guy?
forum. The Board of Trustees encourages and appreciates comments from citizens of the district and from district employees. Anyone wishing to address the board on posted agenda items may do so during the public forum portion of our meeting. Public comments on non-agenda items will not be heard today, as non-agenda topics are reserved for presentation at regular meetings of the Board of Trustees. Again, that will take place next Monday. Those wishing to speak must complete a public forum form before the meeting begins and shall indicate the agenda item on which he or she wishes to address the board. Forms will not be accepted once the meeting begins. So we have a 3-minute time for each person's comments. Speakers are heard on a first come, first served basis. The list of comments we've been given are sorted as such. The board president may make adjustments to public comment procedures, including adjusting when it will occur during the meeting, reordering agenda items, deferring public comment on non-agenda items, continuing agenda items to a later meeting, providing expanded opportunity for public comment, establishing an overall time limit for public comment, and adjusting the time allotted to each speaker. However, no individual will be given less than 1 minute to make comments. We have one person who signed up to speak during this workshop portion. Board members will listen carefully to all comments during public forum. However, because the board is subject to the Texas Open Meetings Act, the board may not deliberate on any issues addressed in public forum that are not posted on the agenda for tonight's meeting. The board president may respond to the speaker, but my responses are limited to specific factual information, recitation of existing policy, referring the speaker to applicable board policy, placing the item on a future board agenda for discussion if not listed on the current board agenda, or referring the speaker to the appropriate administrator. Mr. Jones, I'll ask that you set the timer for this one. Just in case people get worried, we do have 56 people that signed up for our agenda review, but as a reminder, we're just in our workshop right now, and so I'm just gonna read the one comment that was submitted for this particular portion of the meeting. Emily Mangura, parent. Because my comments pertain to multiple agenda items for both meetings, I ask that it be read at both meetings. Thank you. Over the last several weeks, I've become increasingly more concerned about our children and how the DSISD board has voted as it pertains to the choices we as parents have regarding asynchronous learning for the first 4 weeks of school. I understand that some of the reasoning behind moving to online only for the first 4 weeks was to prepare and obtain proper PPE equipment. Okay, sounds reasonable. What is not reasonable is to assume our children's right to learn has been denied by a virus or decided by a virus proven to not be as big of a risk as one thought. It is not reasonable to ask our children to stay home and learn online for an additional 4 weeks because it may or may not be fair to those whose parents decided to have their child or children stay home for the additional time offered in the term. I want nothing more to say how proud I am of our district choices to keep our children and teachers safe. DSISD is the reason I moved my family here over 10 years ago. I have 2 kids that have graduated from DSHS, another one that is a senior this year and one that is in the 7th grade. We call this district home, and I have defended this school district as one of the best in the state. Lately, I've been scared. I'm scared that we as parents don't have the choices we need to make the best decisions on behalf of our children. Not because we don't want to, but because we're not allowed to. We no longer have the choices to be leaders and not followers. We don't have choices to voice our concerns other than to write in on an internal board link and hope we're all heard by you. There's no reason to extend the asynchronous learning option for another 4 weeks, other than pure selfishness and lack of trust you have in your decision process. I'm sure you all have spent countless hours deliberating. Question, since when do you cater to the few? Since when do we cater to the few? When clearly the majority wants to be back at school. It has been unpopular to voice that opinion, and we should have never even started out online only. However, it's true. Online only to start should have never happened. Back in March, maybe, but now no way. Get these kids back to school and give the parents a choice. The district started this process out well. I even took your survey. I answered how I wanted my children to learn this semester when I registered them. I also followed the news and made informed decisions about how I want my children to be most successful. We as parents have always had a choice whether or not to send our children to school, be it homeschool, private, public, or charter. Those are choices we have as parents. The choice should continue to be ours, however, it fits into our own families. Plenty of time has passed to see how this virus is playing out, and even the CDC recommends we get these kids back to school. So let's go. DSISD needs to be a leader. Stand up for the hundreds of DRIP kids that need in-person learning at school. Please lead with open eyes and stand up to the critics. They are few. It's okay to say that we've had enough. We know what we are doing. Other districts have done it. Look at Barbers Hill ISD outside of Houston. I'm sure there are others as well. Their superintendent has led his district and took an appropriate stance on an in-person instruction. Enough time has passed. Stop catering to the few squeaky voices and respect the choices of the parents. The lack of posture by the board makes us all look bad. Lastly, both of my school-age children are excited to get back to school after 5 long months. I'm not scared or concerned because I know this district has always done right by kids. My children have a right to learn, but come on, no more delays, no more scared decision-making, no more move on, nothing to see here. Stop modifying and weakening your plans for the few complainers. Those parents already decided to pull their kids and homeschooled anyways. Thank you for your time. A tired parent. Okay. So at this point, we will move on to our board discussion items for our workshop. We begin tonight with the asynchronous plan attestation, and I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Karen Kidd.
And if I may,
Please
Karen,
stop.
I just wanted to give a brief intro for the board. So as part of the requirements, TA has put out recommendations or actually a requirement that we fill out attestation for providing remote learning. This is different than what we did in the spring. And so they have specific criteria by which we must develop plans and submit those plans to TEA to get approval and also to receive funding from the state for providing that remote learning. And so tonight what we're doing is we're actually bringing to you our asynchronous plan to get feedback from you, and we'd be looking for approval at our next week's board meeting. That attestation is comprised of 4 different components. It has an instructional schedule, material design, what will be used during remote learning, how we're going to track student progress, and then also the implementation of that plan. And so what the board will do is we'll present our plan to you tonight, and any questions or feedback you have for us, we will take that and modify and tweak the plan as needed, and then we would be bringing that back to you next week, seeking approval on that plan. And so I want to let you know that Dr. Kidd has been working with a team of folks on developing this plan. TA also has provided rubrics by which to help districts assess these plans prior to submitting them. Once the board approves the plan, it gets submitted to TEA, and TEA will assess the plan. They'll either approve it or they will send it back to the district and ask for some modifications if they felt like it did not meet the plan. I think currently there is probably just over a dozen districts who have gotten their plans back approved. The deadline for submitting these plans is October 1st, but we want to go ahead and get this plan approved and sent in to the TEA so that if we have to make any adjustments, we can make those adjustments. So that's a little bit of the background on the attestation and the asynchronous plan. So now I would like to turn it over to Dr. Kidd.
Can I ask a question first? What is the deadline for the attestation for the synchronous plan?
Yeah, that's a good question. So one of the things, the synchronous plan, it was to be approved prior to the first day of instruction, but additional guidance that just recently came out about synchronous versus asynchronous plans, and is there a need to complete both? TA had clarified that to say that if we're providing asynchronous and synchronous opportunities, that we could submit just one plan, being the asynchronous plan, to afford that. And so it's mixed a little bit across the board. Some are doing both, but more, especially based on later guidance, as those questions kept coming up, TA said, no, it makes sense. If you were only providing synchronous instruction, then they said do the synchronous attestation. But they said if you're doing asynchronous with synchronous components, then they recommended that you did the asynchronous plan. That also affords not only the district, but our families that opportunity to have more flexibility during this remote time so that they can access the content at differing times, so that they just have that flexibility per family. So that's why we're just going with the asynchronous plan to the board. Thanks for that question. Dr. Kidd.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me tell you what you are kind of overviewing tonight. The TEA requirements, of course, do talk about those 4 areas: instructional schedule, material design, progress, and implementation, but the attestation itself has 3 components to it. So the first part is the attestation, and that's the one that has all those check boxes. And I've included it at the top of that plan that you have, that draft form, just so you're aware of the wording and the language in that. The second part is that open response section where districts are supposed to speak to 4 areas. So I don't know if you're confused already, but I was when I was looking at this, that each of the 4 sections have 6 areas to address, but then the open response have 1 area to address. And then there's a rubric that has 2 components. So as an educator, I'm just like reeling. I'm just wanting to cover all of our bases here, just so that we get an approved plan back from the state. And I think it's timely that we're doing this early on rather than waiting till the last minute, because I'm hearing of a 4-week turnaround with TEA for any kind of revisions. And because this is tied to funding, I thought it was really important for us to get this really nailed down early on. So going through this plan, if you're looking at the instructional schedule, and minus, remember this is a draft plan. When they're talking about instructional schedule, that's teacher interaction and how are students seeing and learning from students, where in the spring it was just kind of like, here's the lessons, do what you can. This is going to be very much more like school. And I just do want to comment that this asynchronous plan goes for the students while they're in the 4-week remote, but also any student that chose remote for the whole school year or for the 9-week period. So it's very fluid. So that student or teacher-student interaction, and also verifying that we are addressing the needs of our special populations with serving them through their IEPs, or also students that have special needs and ensuring FAPE. It does reference in that top section a guidance to minutes for instruction. All it wants is this coherence between what's happening in the classroom and what's happening remotely. So not that you have to follow that 180 for pre-K to 5 and the 240 minutes that was from the synchronous. They're using that as a guide. Yes, ma'am.
All right, one more question. Do y'all want to share the screen of the plan we're talking about so we can follow along with where you are on it, or would that work?
Oh, am I supposed to do that? I'm sorry.
Or I mean, whoever's running it in the main meeting could maybe access it and do it also. I don't know.
You remember last time I tried to share my screen, it was not a good thing. Okay.
And Barbara, you're talking about the same thing that's in board book, right? Just so that it's easy to see on the screen, right?
There we go.
Yeah, just so we can follow along with what part or maybe just refer us to page numbers, but I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are, I don't know how many people are watching, but people have started watching. They may want to follow.
Okay.
Too.
That's great.
We got that feedback from some in the community that they didn't even know where board book was or where to go look at stuff.
Okay. And I do want to let you know that I did not put page numbers on it yet, so it will be a little bit cumbersome, but that is something in the final revision that will be there for you. So would you like, I'll just wait until I see it pop up on the screen. I can just try to share my screen if that makes it easier. Oh. So while we're waiting for that, I can speak to that synchronous plan. I actually originally built two. I built a synchronous and an asynchronous, thinking that we needed to submit both. And then when I'm looking at the actual wording that's required for both, they were kind of very much aligned. I just embedded that synchronous throughout this asynchronous just to make sure that we are covered for TEA. I do know that there's an addition I'd like to make to this plan before you see it for final vote, that I'd like to add some protocols for specificity with regards to like attendance taking for teachers and just getting really clear about certain protocols that we're putting into place that you do not see on your draft, but that I've seen other districts. There's a lot of models out there that I've seen other districts do. And that as we are starting school tomorrow, we'll have those really solidified about attendance taking and what that looks like.
Right now.
Okay, there it is. I can't control it. I don't know who's controlling it, but we'll work through it. So if you go to page 4, the page 2 and 3 were the attestation things. And this is where it's starting the instructional schedule and how it's outlining how teachers are going to be expected to interact with students. And so, as I said, I've linked some example schedules that you saw from R3, but also the open-ended responses. You'll see those throughout. And it says a component from a rubric, but remember there's only 2 that they had us address, but I've included most of the boxes that you would see under this instructional component, an instructional schedule attestation. So here's just some expectations. Scrolling down to page 5, you'll see a reference to minutes as a guidance. It's embedded in this question: how will you ensure all student groups and grade levels will have opportunity to engage in approximately a full day of academic content every day? And this is approximate, but it far exceeds what the district minimum or the state minimum requirements are. And as you know, students are going to be accessing this and accessing any kind of independent work on their own. So that minutes approximation is probably high for most students, but it's well within that minimum requirement from the state. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but it goes through and kind of outlines what our expectations are for those interactions and how will they differentiate with student learning needs. And as you know, students, just by very nature, their needs are very different depending on their situation. We're addressing those students' needs individually as they should be. So just know that our special ed team, and I do go into detail about this later, about how they are reviewing all plans for both in-person and remote learning. You can go on to the next page. So this finishes out the instructional schedule section and then moves into material design. So for the material design, they're saying that you have to use district adopted resources, and through the adoption process itself, it requires you to look through or walk through certain steps to make sure you're taking care of all of your learners. And so through that, I went through, go ahead and click on page 7. It went through the resources that we had readily available, page 7. And it just outlined how that could look pre-K through 5, and then secondary for the resources that were previously adopted from the district, and also things that we've adopted because of COVID, certain things that you'll see in there. I think last year during COVID, you adopted TEAC's resource system, which is a vital tool and very accessible remotely, and also provides teachers assessments. And then we address the disability, the learning needs if they have disability or if they're EL learners. And that goes through every core content area. And then there's a special section at the bottom that says other, and that would capture any secondary high school courses. You can scroll through that. And then there is a material design open response as well, where it just kind of addresses those questions that, go ahead and click page 9, please. Addresses the question specifically for the asynchronous instruction and the how do you adapt those materials. And remember, this summer we had a team of teachers that gathered together, teacher leaders that looked at our instructional materials and started doing this work for the first 9 weeks, first units of their studies. So while I didn't say that specifically in there, we know that as a district that's happening, but also at the same time, when you're adopting materials, they have components to reach those learners as well. And then any additional supports needed for specialized learners. Okay, go ahead to page 10. And then a big component of this for me personally, the educator, is the progress our students are making. And that's really at the heart of what we're doing and why we're doing it. So as I've mentioned before, we are updating our assessment calendar to get MAP assessments underway rather quickly when the year starts, rather than waiting. Usually we wait a little bit to get the kids acclimated to school. This time we really want to know where our students are to get that diagnostic for reading and math right off the bat. So we adjusted our assessment calendar. DRA is kind of staying the same for right now. There is a little bit of component about what DRA looks like remotely, but we're working through what systems we need to make that happen. If you will click the next page, please. Here's just an overview of our assessment calendars for tracking diagnostic assessments through the district for certain grade levels. And then also with progress comes that open-ended response on page 12 and 13 that discusses how teachers go about adjusting instruction based on formative and summative assessments. You can go ahead and click 12, please. And then the structures we have in place for tracking that data, and also if students are falling behind, what we do, we can either refer them for MTSS if through tutoring or through small group instruction, they're still falling behind. Our MTSS system has those 3 tiers that really supports our learners as needed, and they do have a lot of resources. I did not include the MTSS resources, and I'd like your opinion about if I should or not. I was thinking this was more of all students, where the MTSS interventions are more geared towards a smaller group of students. So we can have a discussion about that. Also about tracking student daily, their engagement daily, and what that looks like. So I think it's really clear the state has let us know that you either have to have contact watching synchronously, have contact with the teacher, make progress in an LMS, or turn assignments in as needed. So that was noted in here as well. You can go to the next page. I don't know which one you're on anymore. It goes back into after student progress implementation. And this is where it's talking about how did we prepare our teachers to implement this? And here we've discussed the professional learning that you've heard about in previous meetings, but also this details what that looks like. Go ahead and click page 14, please. So this is just that overview calendar. Page 15 goes into each of those learn and do's that our team developed for teachers. And then it continues on with those required trainings as well. You can click 15, please. 16, I can count. And then how do we communicate those expectations? And as you know, we've had our principals doing webinars and our superintendent doing webinars and focus groups. And so I've just kind of included what that looks like, as well as the timeline that we sought parents' choice in what that looks like, and letting parents know when they can switch back and forth between remote learning and in-person learning. Page 17. Page 18. Okay, and this is where I wanted to make sure that I was really clear on taking care of all students. So I talked about what that instructional quality, coherence, and continuity looks like, and that this is what we're all about. So while all that open response was really important for learning, knowing how we're going to do asynchronous instruction, this part is like our beliefs and making sure we have our student family support and that we're taking care of our learners and identifying what synchronous, asynchronous is, and then going into detail about the class schedules. So that was page 22. I talked all the way through that, page 22. So let's have some discussion, if you will. Any questions, comments, concerns, or things that we need to consider for addition to this plan before I bring it to you next week in its final iteration?
Mr. Jones, you have a question?
Yeah, sorry about that. Dr. Kidd, well, could you, I guess I was a little bit confused on how we track the minutes. Is that done electronically, especially obviously if, it's still in a remote setting? I'm assuming that, the computers do that, but obviously when students are coming on campus, how is that being tracked exactly?
So that's a really good question. The minute tracking is not required with asynchronous learning. I referenced it because the state's saying that it has to be somewhat equal. Like this, we can't have a disparity where students that are showing up in class have more to do than the students sitting in remote learning. That had to be equal and comparative. So we're not tracking the minutes, we're using that just as a reference, and following that student's or that teacher's schedule through the day would allow that continuity. Rather, we're not tracking minutes, but we are tracking that engagement. And so that looks like checking the LMS, which is the learning management system, Canvas. We see that teachers or students, not teachers, students are turning assignments in. That would be considered engagement. And we're not just, we have high standards in Dripping Springs. So it's not just logging in and we say they're here. Are they logging in and making progress in that LMS? Are they showing that they're turning in work, or that they're adding a comment, uploading a picture, things that move them along in the curriculum, so to speak? Or if they're making contact with their teacher, watching instruction, either the live synchronous instruction or even recording, and the LMS will record that. Not record them, but record the times. So I'm sorry for that confusion. I can definitely clear that up in the plan. If that sounds really confusing in there, I can maybe address it more as a guidance rather than this is how we're tracking, if you're thinking that's what's needed.
Ron, do you feel like Dr. Kidd it might be helpful if she cleaned that up a little bit, or do you feel like with her explanation you understand it a little bit more?
No, I understand it. It was just a little bit confusing to me because you were talking about what has to be submitted to the state. I just thought that they had something more substantial, especially since it surrounds funding. So that was my concern.
Thank you. Okay, Mary Jane, you have a question.
Yes, I have a question from a parent perspective and from more of a board perspective. On page 12 and 20, it kind of ties in to Ron's question in getting credit for engagement by 11:59 p.m. But then there's a reference to attendance can be amended up to 3 days later. And I know that some parents have said, I work full time, and my kids go to bed early, and it would be really helpful if we could get some work done over the weekend. So I'm wondering if there's any flexibility there. And then if I could just say the second question, since I need to mute myself. There's a reference to optional summer professional learning during the summer, and I'm just wondering what percentage of our teachers took advantage of that.
Okay, first let me address that first question, which is a really good question. On page 12 and 20, you said it references credit for engagement. That is something on the TEA FAQ. Students have to have work moving forward that day. Originally, back in the spring, we were afforded the weekend to get that work in. TEA is now telling us it has to be within that day, up until 11:59 at night, which is unfortunate for this moment in time, but that 3-day reference was really for teachers. So obviously teachers aren't going to wait up until 11:59 to make sure students' work is in. So it gives them the flexibility, because they know that they're working to meet the needs of students, that they have up until the 3rd day. The teacher can. Usually attendance is something that locks down after the day is over, and then it's an attendance change through the registrar. This is giving teachers the flexibility to make sure that students are engaging every day. And they still can, after the 3rd day, through the registrar formal attendance change. That still can take place, but we're trying to really capture that in the moment within that day or the 3 days. So I don't know if I just confused you more or not, but TEA is saying that students have to have their work completed within that day, or whatever that engagement looks like for the day. And so we just have to be mindful and communicate with teachers if it's overwhelming for kids and they can't get to it until later that evening. I think that's the part of the communication and working together with our community and our families to ensure that we're not overburdening students or families, and just having that schedule of how we can help and get kids where they need to be. We're asking a lot, and I realize that for those working families. So I really wished that TEA would move in that same direction they did in the spring, but they're saying that they're going to stick to the Monday through Friday of instruction. So we have to adhere to that. Oh, and the question about summer PD. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can definitely get that percentage and report back at the next board meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Kidd. Board members, are there additional questions? Marissa.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, great, sorry. As far as like our registrar office, how do they account for what kiddos logged in by a certain time on a daily basis, or how do they report? I'm just kind of curious how that works for them now.
Well, for sure. And that's one of the protocols I'd like to add to the plan, just so it's really clear for the state as well. So if you're having a question about it, I know the state's going to have a question. So thank you for that. What that looks like is just like regular school, we're going to take attendance as teachers. If I don't see one of my students on the screen, I'm going to assume that they're doing asynchronous, but no, I have to follow up later. We do have a report in Canvas system that can be run to show which students have not logged in, and it can even show the time for their logging in. So that would prompt the registrar to email the teacher to verify engagement. And so it's kind of going to be this this fluid process back and forth between registrar and teacher. But the teachers would know. I mean, if, you can tell who's moving along. And the LMS, I don't know if you've ever worked with Canvas, but it does show it from a teacher's screen. You can see very quickly who's been engaged or who's turned things in on that day or not. So it'll be fairly easy for teachers. The hardest part will be after that 3-day period of trying to do those attendance changes. I don't think it'll take 3 days for teachers to realize that or to reconcile attendance with the registrar, but we're going to find out tomorrow. And then we will adjust protocols as needed so that we can make sure it's an easy access for teachers, but also compliant with what the state's requiring.
Thank you.
Joanna, you have a question?
Yes. Can you talk to us a little bit about the professional development calendars and implementation of them? because there are several points. I'm sorry, I'm looking at it written as I'm talking. There are several points that have to be covered, and I see the list of learning dues, and are those units that have already been covered in prior to school? Okay, then can you help me understand is what the plan is for professional development calendar with specific supports for asynchronous instruction that are ongoing?
Yes, so all the learning dues have been finalized to your first question. The support, it's more of an embedded support. And I do know we have professional learning days. A lot of our teachers, because they have registered and gone through the summer learning, that exempts them from some of those professional learning days. But just like we do, we will still have learning for those days. And you know, teachers are at different points in their learning on supporting students remotely. So some teachers are going to take off and they don't need as much support, and some teachers are going to be needing a little bit more. So what I'm trying to say is to have a prescriptive district level offering wouldn't meet all their needs. And so the way that I'm familiar with it working is the instructional facilitators at the campus, they're working side by side with teachers, and they can adjust and flex and meet the needs of their teachers more readily than waiting for a district rollout of something, because you know it's not going to meet every need of every campus. Even on a campus, the grade levels have different needs too. So even between first grade and fifth grade, there might be variations of needs where the campus instructional facilitators can meet those needs rather quickly and in more of an embedded ETC way. So that would be like when we have a conference period, we're going to sit down and we're going to learn about this because this is where we're needing that just in time input. So
what experience then or training are the instructional facilitators then getting on asynchronous remote instructional delivery?
So a lot of them have been through webinars and sessions over the summer. There are some more offerings not offered until October from Solution Tree and also Schlechte Center through TASA. We're going to be sending some train the trainer kind of model teachers, but that has not opened up yet. And you know, teachers are very innovative, and they're finding, especially the instructional facilitators, they're finding things on their own. There's other coaches out there that they're learning from other states even about best practices, and even learning from colleges about what they're doing, modifying it to meet the needs of pre-K-12 educators. So they're very resourceful, but there's still more training to be done. And there's other entities that we're sending, anytime we get an article or something from Region 13, we're sending teachers and instructional facilitators to as we can. Of course, it's all remote, so that makes it a little bit easier, but we're taking advantage of the opportunities that are presented.
Thank you.
Margaret, looks like you have a question.
So we have to attest that student IEPs will be followed regardless of learning environment. So can you just talk a little bit more about that and how we're going to ensure that that's going to happen in asynchronous and in synchronous?
And so the way that's going to work is for any student that has specialized service or something where they have to get either face-to-face with or whatever, we're hoping that they can either come to campus after the 4 weeks if they choose remote, or we work out something where they look at the IEP and make adjustments. It's going to be an individual-based decision. There are some things that can be done remotely that we will continue to do remotely. So it just depends on what their services are and what their IEP states. Susan, I don't know if she's on the call. Let's see if she's here. I don't remember seeing her.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, do you want to speak more to what that might look like for students that are served remotely?
Right. So we have, we'll have students scheduled for their services, speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, regardless of whether they're remote or face-to-face, they'll get their minutes for that. And then as far as in-class support, well, first of all, resource classes will be scheduled like any other class would be with support from that special education teacher. And for in-class support, the special education teacher or the special education aide, depending on who is providing the service, would be on those synchronous instruction. By the nature of those services, they do there are some things you can do asynchronously, some speech lessons or some things like that that you could do asynchronously, but those services by their nature will need to be synchronous.
So just a follow-up question to help better understand that, we saw the breakdown for the different campuses of what parents have elected in person and remote. What was the breakdown? Remind me for the special education population.
I haven't seen the final number, so I'll get that for you by next week.
Barbara, do you have another question? Board members, other questions? If not, Dr. Kidd, I wanted to ask, you're asking us to approve this next Monday, which only really gives, less than a week for you to live and breathe with the plan and figure out ways that it might need to be reshaped, restructured, whatever. Is that a concern timing wise, or what will happen in terms of edits? I mean, obviously we've tried to be clear that this isn't going to be perfect, that we're going to, give it our all, but it is going to ebb and flow. So just want to make sure the process is to keep us in line, once we get past the approval in this week.
Right, and that hits on, why you don't want to go so granular that you're putting yourself in a box, but you want to have it a little bit 10,000 foot view, but also provide enough information and clarity to make sure that we are being able to attest that this is happening. So that is a quandary. I'm okay if you're suggesting that we wait a little bit. We have to keep in mind that 4-week revision. And I'm going to be honest, the worst thing that could happen is that TEA says revise and they send it back to us, and then we can make those edits anyway. But we're very clear that you get one chance to upload the first time around. So I know there are districts that are not sending this off until later in September. I'm just not sure I want to gamble with that right now, and I'd rather do it sooner rather than later and work through edits as we can and then submit and wait for TEA to give us those indications of what we should focus on.
And thank you, Dr. Kidd. I want to be clear. I wasn't suggesting we delay it. I just was asking if you sort of had a plan for, I know what it's like to put a plan together and then go into reality and figure out that maybe there are tweaks, but if you feel like it provides enough, if it's broad enough, then I hear what you're saying. And that was my only question. And then my second question would be, if there are things that the board would need to consider asking TEA to do as an aside, as a separate missive letter, whatever, to give the district more flexibility if appropriate. I know the board would be interested in hearing that as well.
For sure. What I'm wondering about is Mr. Washburn stated earlier that 12 districts have submitted out of 1,000 districts. And so that's a little worrisome when I'm thinking, they're going to get slammed with every district plan and what that's going to even do to that 4-week timeline. I don't know. They are giving us a grace period for right now, but I'm not sure. Maybe if we get against that deadline and still haven't heard anything, maybe that's when we enact the power of the board to say, hey, we need some support and guidance about the plan and how we can make it better, or is it going to be approved? So I appreciate that support. Thank you. Can I ask a question of the board? Is there anything that you see besides the two things I've referenced, the guidance about timing is confusing and then adding more protocols? Is there anything that you wish to have more clarity on that I need to be able to provide and speak to so that you can attest to this plan as meeting the needs?
Barbara, and then Ron.
I would probably just like maybe a little more detail around the special education portion of it. I want to meet those needs even in a remote environment. Some of those kids may, I just don't know. They may have health issues that they may not feel comfortable returning in person. So I'd just like a little more clarity about how we'll meet those needs if that's the case, and how many kids we're serving in each of the different environments.
Ron, go ahead, and then Joanna.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, I was trying to find my notes. I can't actually read my notes. I'm going to have to get back with you, Dr. Kidd. But I think one of my concerns, though, is that I wondered as we implement this plan, or I understand it's a draft, but I think the other thing, because I made some notes yesterday when I was reading it, but I thought that there were a couple of things that I noticed. I thought that we would edit, or that we learned some lessons over the spring semester. I guess my point, though, is that I wanted to make sure that as time goes on and we make edits to this document, that we would be alerted to those changes as we certainly improve from what we learned in the spring to now moving into a new academic year.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing you say is you'd like any edits that I make from this point to kind of be redlined for your review next week, and then making sure that I'm reading through it for verbiage about the spring and how it's changed for fall. Is that correct?
Yes, for me, I think it would be easier. Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
Joanna?
I would like to see some more information about professional development with asynchronous supports. And I agree with Barbara as to more information about special ed and meeting our kids' needs with IEPs and 504s. I'm particularly concerned, most of our, and Susan or someone correct me if I'm wrong, just making sure that an IEP that was designed for an in-person classroom to be implemented remotely may not meet the needs of the child. So just making sure that we're covering our bases and ensuring that our kids with 504s and IEPs needs are being met no matter what area they're in.
I can speak to a little bit of that right now. As we go through this fall semester and look at students' IEPs, if when we have ours, we will be putting in the contingencies for remote learning into the IEP. So if we have the situations where we may have to have closures by health order or for any other reason, or a student needs to go remote for some reason, that there would be a plan in their existing IEP that would support that.
Thank you. That sounds great.
We do have 3 teachers that are joining us tonight on the eve of school starting. And I just wanted to introduce them to you. We have Emily Hildebrand from Sycamore Springs Elementary, 5th grade teacher, and also a parent of 2. We have Paula Matthews at Sycamore Springs Middle School teaching 8th grade. And we have Sarah Jane Shepard, who is an instructional coach, English department head at Dripping Springs High School.
We thank you, ladies, for being with us. I know that the back to school night before back to school is always a little bit stressful. So thank you for breaking out some time to spend with us. Board members, would you like to ask these individual teachers some questions about how they're approaching these models as they go into the beginning of school? Or Dr. Kidd, do you have things already scripted that you'd like for them to say? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt if there was a different flow.
I have nothing scripted. I just told them that you might have some questions for them or just to speak to the process.
Yeah. So board members, let's see, I'll get us started since it looks like there's some hesitancy to get right away. So let's do this. I know that many teachers spent a lot of time this summer preparing for back to school, knowing that it was going to be a different environment. And I bless all of you that did that and took times away from, your otherwise, the other enjoyable things you could be doing this summer. I know a lot of teachers also spent this last week just doing some really hardcore continuing education to learn about resources to get ready for tomorrow. And I'm wondering, I know that there was concern that we were pushing you all a little too hard, a little too fast to start school next week. I'm just curious at how you've been able to find time to work with your teams to sort of implement what it is that you've learned over the summer in anticipation of, working together at the start of school. And just, if we've provided you enough time, if you need more time, what that looks like, any of that would be helpful information for the board. We want to make sure you have the supports necessary.
I'll sort of address that. You know, a lot of teachers have spent tons of hours over the summer doing a lot of the courses that the curriculum office sent out. You know, and so it was sort of a buffet, and so some of us chose some things and others chose others. You know, depending on what caught our interest and what we thought would be most helpful. You know, kudos to the curriculum office. The courses that were sent out to us last week, our learning module, it was awesome. Would we have preferred to have gotten that earlier? By all means, yes, because it was sort of like drinking through a fire hydrant. There was so much valuable information that was in there that, I mean, you could have spent unlimited amount of time trying to go through some of those things and dig deeper and deeper. But, you know, time was a luxury. And pretty much our entire in-service last week was pretty much, you know, professional development. So there really wasn't a whole lot of time allotted to work with our teams. And so, you know, teachers have just stepped up to the plate, and we have been working after hours, working, you know, weekends. Several teachers, we were on Zoom last night just practicing, you know, Zooming and what it would look like and so forth. So are we as prepared as what we would normally hope to be with school starting tomorrow? By no means, but we're ready to start. We're ready for those kids to show up tomorrow. We will start building those relationships, and we will be trying things. And if it doesn't work, we will revise, we will retry it, and then just keep, you know, reiterating that. So it's like, those are sort of my 3 R's, you know, revise, retry, and reiterate. So there's going to be a lot of grace needed.
A lot of patience, right? Mary Jane, you have a question?
So my main question is about any potential technology snafus. I know in High Point, the strength of the signal waxes and wanes with no particular rhyme or reason that we can figure out. And, you know, suddenly we're going to have all of these families trying to be on synchronously. So if there is a problem, my understanding is that each child would then have access to a video of, for instance, synchronous instruction that just glitched, you know, and they can go back and fill in what they missed. Is that correct?
At the high school, I can speak to that and say that that is exactly correct. We've kind of been instructed to problem solve and from the beginning and start by planning for those possible asynchronous learners by building up those videos. We actually started working on that as a district back in June when Dr. Kidd came in and we started building up our remote learning resources. So I can tell you that at the high school, we are definitely prioritizing troubleshooting that before it even happens. So having those videos ready, having them pre-taught so that every student gets an equitable experience, whether they're in that Zoom call or they have a technical difficulty and can't get in there on time.
And to piggyback on that, a lot of the, you know, teachers have really had to look at what they're doing instructionally, you know, and what are the critical things that we want to be able to do during that synchronous time. So when we've done lesson plans, we've planned, okay, this is a must for the synchronous time. This can be delegated to that asynchronous time. But even those activities that we have planned to do during synchronous time, we are still uploading those activities into our Canvas courses so that if a student does get kicked off, or they're just doing the asynchronous learning, they can still log into Canvas and see, okay, these are all the different things that, you know, were planned for the day. I missed that. I can go do that activity on my own now.
And I think just to speak from the elementary perspective, our objective really is to address the synchronous instructional time to be very much as authentic and as possible with content, but also with those kind of organic conversations that really help to cultivate that kind of curiosity and learning in the elementary grades, and really trying to capture that as much as possible and then record that so that the students who can't get on until later still have that experience that's very similar to what they would have in an elementary classroom. And I know it's different from secondary, in that it's really a lot of addressing those questions that come up, working on the magic of the learning experience, I think, versus just we're still working on the lessons and the activities, but it's really that magic of the learning and the dialogue within the teacher and the other students in the classroom that's difficult to complete during a virtual learning experience, I think. But that's really the main goal in the elementary grades, to capture that and then have that same experience for the students who watch later.
Marissa, you have a question?
Yeah, I want to start by thanking our teachers. Good luck tomorrow. I'm so excited for you. Just the best of luck to all of you. I keep thinking about, I was asked to do a small group in AISD, and I'm panicking, to be quite honest with you. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to pull that off. So that's where my next question is, especially for elementary. What does small group look like, especially if you have a group that you formed, like say a reading group or a math group, but that kiddo doesn't log on, but they do need the intervention or the skill building? Can you talk me through what you think it might look like or what the plan is for something like that?
Yes, and granted, I'm just speaking from my point of view, but I know as a team, my fifth grade team, we've talked a lot about the importance of small group and how hard it is, especially going into the school year. In the spring, we knew our kids. We'd already done actual small group together. And so we knew the little idiosyncrasies that the kids may not come out and say that they need, but we knew that they needed that because we had those relationships formed throughout the school year. This is a whole different scenario. I think not having those relationships up front really presents a challenge as far as creating those authentic and really meaningful small groups. So I know that for my team, this next week is really just working on those relationships, getting to know our kids, understanding their personalities, what they're comfortable with, because I think that's a whole nother piece of the virtual small group is understanding students' comfort levels with being virtual. I know as a parent, I have a kindergartner this year and a fourth grader. And even as a parent, seeing my children get on to Zooms and understanding their comfort level and what they need has helped inform me as a teacher, because I can kind of see their attention span. It's changed the perspective. The things that I'm going to put in front of my small group are going to be much more short and interactive. Maybe a visual piece compared to something that I might be able to like pull to my small table and walk them through, finding ways to create manipulatives that are still engaging, but also virtual and short and sweet. But I also think that moving into like this week and even into the second week of school, really just teaching the children how to interact in small group. I know one of the things that we incorporated last year with Canvas that was very fruitful was the collaborations piece. And it's an opportunity for students to collaborate in small groups. And they could work on that independently, but it's something that you can teach and model in a small group setting, but then kind of launch them into that independent piece. And I'm sure the secondary might use that as well. But it's just a great feature within Canvas that kind of allows for that small group a little easier, but it's a challenge. And I think too, not wanting to just group our kids blindly, I think is the fear too, because you want to be very intentional about the small group so that when we plan our small group instruction, it's rigorous, it's student appropriate with an opportunity to show that growth. And when we don't know the students and that relational way, it's just really baby stepping and getting to know them. That's that number one piece.
Shannon, you have a question?
I do. I have a couple questions. So the first is, well, first I want to just say thank you, ladies, so much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you and every person on the staff at DSISD. I cannot even imagine what tomorrow is going to look like for you all and the pressure that you probably have. I want to ask about new teachers. We have a significant amount of new teachers, it looks like. And I imagine that some of you, if not all, are doing some kind of mentorship with those new teachers. So whether they're new to the district or new to teaching, how do you feel they're prepared for tomorrow going into this? And how can we as a district best support that particular group?
Well, I actually have 3 new teachers in my department this year, and they're all younger than I am. So in a lot of ways, they're more adaptable, because I'm sort of set in my ways and I'm having to relearn pretty much everything. But, I've been very heartened by how hard and how resilient these people are. Before I left campus today, I went back in and checked in on my 2 7th grade teachers. And, not a single point during this last week have they just been going, oh my gosh, I can't do this. I can't do this. I mean, they were, it's like, okay, so how do I do this? And how, what do I do next? And, what do you think about? So, we're all stressed to the max. And probably some of our new teachers as well. I think the hardest thing for them is probably the Canvas portion, is learning that. So I think, a lot of the support has been teaching them and showing them how to use that feature.
Right. And we're also really lucky to have a really robust mentorship program that Stephanie Love and Mallory Shackelford, who are both instructional facilitators, have spearheaded over the last couple of years. So in a normal school year, we have all of these, I don't want to call them interventions in place, but we have a checklist that we have and we go through with each of our new teachers. And what I have found to be really interesting about the new teachers on our campus is, we have to build relationships with them too, and, teach them the DSISD way, and having those one-on-one conversations, whether it be, 10 feet apart in the hallway or over Zoom, have been really powerful. And it's powerful to make them feel supported.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate that I really do feel like our instructional facilitators and the central office instructional team, they did a fantastic job with the Canvas. I think that the kind of how to do all of those learning modules that they created, I agree that I think as a consensus, our team did agree that we wish that we had them earlier. But I think I've got 2 new teachers to our district that I'm mentoring this year, and it's been helpful for them, but it's also been helpful for me to be able to walk through and do my own. And then once I know how to do it, then I can better facilitate and support them. But it's very self-explanatory. There's not a lot of, or you could do it this way. It's like, this is here for you and you can just run with it. And I think there's been a lot of comfort in that, with so much uncertainty with the school year, having some pieces that are very certain and kind of no nonsense has made some pieces of this year a little bit more comfortable to digest. And I think for the new teachers, that is the case. And I think one thing that's been great too about being at Sycamore, we're only in year 4. So we've constantly had new teachers to the campus. And I think that has really cultivated this climate of kind of embracing change. I know this is like an extreme change this year, but I feel like it's, we have a lot of teachers that are coming from Houston districts and Austin districts and surrounding districts that have used online and different digital platforms in the past. So they're bringing their experience, and so we can kind of funnel what works, what doesn't work, and how we can make this work for Dripping.
So my next question is related to the fact that we're talking about what's best for students and how you all are going to support our students and what you're going to do above and beyond. You've got a lot of these other checklists yourselves for this process. And then we've talked about our parents, how they're going to need to have some grace for you, et cetera, et cetera. But from what I'm hearing, balance is going to be really critical for teachers, especially those staff members who have children themselves who are trying to go through this process as well. So is that something that y'all are mindfully discussing? I mean, I know it's going to be hard and you can talk about it and it's going to be hard to put it in action, but is it something that, especially as veteran teachers, that y'all are talking about to kind of, I guess, keep an eye out for each other kind of thing, that it's being mindful of that process? That's going to be a huge challenge for y'all.
I think I can speak to this because I have 2 kids that are doing this starting tomorrow as well. And I think that it has been, I have another partner, a teacher on my team, and she also has 2 children at school. And I feel like it is a huge balancing act, because as a parent, I want to be the best parent I can be for my kids while they're remote learning. And sometimes I can't, because I am working with the 50 other children that I teach and support. And that has been very challenging as a parent. Sometimes I feel like a bad mom because, I am a teacher and I do the very best I can and I put it out there for everybody else. But I can't do that for my own kids. And that has been hard, but it's also taught me that it's okay if my kid does asynchronous one day, just like it's okay if somebody else's child has to do asynchronous one day. And that, I think having that mom perspective has really helped me with my students and my students' parents, so that I wouldn't say that, I think that I have realistic expectations and a realistic perspective of what families can accomplish. And also, it's a shared grace. That was one of the things that I talked to my parents about at Meet the Teacher. It's not an emergency if you have internet issues. That's not an emergency. We will fix that problem. It is not an emergency if you couldn't figure out how to submit an assignment. These are not emergencies. These are just hiccups that we're going to experience along the way, because I may not have read that about my own child's submission because I was busy doing other things. And so I didn't read that letter from their teacher because I was the teacher, and so I have to, I think that grace really goes both ways. And I think it's just important to be mindful of having those realistic kind of approach to these things and I think too, kind of scaling back from, and this is difficult as a teacher, because we like to plan and we like to have things planned out. And I think that this is one of those times where I've had to take that expectation off of the table and be okay with it. And it's really hard to be okay with being uncomfortable. And I think this is just one of those times where you just have to embrace this discomfort and be really transparent with our families that this is uncomfortable. This is not normal. And this is not what anyone really wants. But we have to embrace this discomfort and find the best way to go about moving forward with it and working with each other. And I think at least that's my mindset moving forward. So hopefully it pans out well.
Yeah, I would have to say, because I'm a workaholic, and a lot of teachers are sort of workaholics, and we were during the springtime working, seems like 24/7, around the clock, getting that feedback and so forth. It's, my concern is the asynchronous kids, so when they're doing their independent work, at 10 o'clock or at night, and they have questions and they're, wanting help, that's my concern, is how do I support my asynchronous learners that aren't doing school during those traditional hours, and supporting them, but at the same time, making sure I'm taking care of myself and, having personal time with my family to where I'm not completely stressed and crazy lady. So I think that's a lot of our concerns too.
It's a certain struggle, and I commiserate with you on that. I know that it's going to be hard as y'all figure that out. But I do think that patience and understanding from all in the community is important. Shannon,
Can I ask one more?
Additional questions, please?
Just one more. So I just want to ask, what can we help you with as you step into this? We are where we are. We've talked about that. Maybe more time would have been ideal, et cetera, but we are where we are. And tomorrow is the first day of school, remote. What can we do to support you as you step into tomorrow and for the rest of the week? Obviously, through that, from then on, but what can we especially do to support you stepping into tomorrow and to the rest of the week and your kids?
Well, are you in the sub pool? Because we're gonna need subs this year. You could do the sub training. That would help.
I may have to be.
That's a good one, Paula. Go ahead.
That's
Emily.
a really good point. Yep.
I think for me, and this is just my opinion, but I feel like, and you guys are already such wonderful cheerleaders for us. And I think just continuing to be cheerleaders for our teachers and really just kind of encourage, spreading that positive, continuing to spread that positive support for us, because this is only my second year in the district, but it's my 15th year in education, and I've worked in a lot of different school districts. And I have to say, Dripping Springs has always, just my impression, even when I applied for the job, and my desire to come to this district has been because it's such a wonderful community that really supports kids and education and really encourages that. And I just think if you guys could just keep doing that, then we're going to weather this storm. So that's what I would just continue what you're doing. Thank you.
I would just say the board has said time and time again, I know Dr. Kidd will tell you this and Todd will tell you this, and we've asked what else can we be doing to help you. So if that's additional administrative staff that does, one thing or another related to curriculum, or if you need support staff in a different way at the campus level, to all of our administrators on the phone, don't be afraid to ask. We don't want the issue this school year to be because someone was scared to say something about additional support. We're in an unprecedented situation and never have had to teach children during a pandemic in our lifetimes. And so it's not unheard of that we would have to do things a little bit differently. So just to the group, would ask you all to continue to stay in contact with us as the school year starts. We're very mindful of the fact that what looks right and feels right today might not look right and feel right tomorrow. So thank you, ladies. I hope, I know you need to go into your evening, enjoy getting ready for tomorrow. We thank you for being a part of our district and for being here with us tonight. Any last minute questions before we let them go into their evening?
I'd just like to thank Paula, Emily, and Sarah for being here tonight. I know this wasn't on your to-do list for getting ready for tomorrow, but I do want to say again, these are 3 of around 600 educators we have in this district. And I know that in talking with them, I know with getting feedback from their principals, each and every one of our teachers are equally committed to making this work for our kiddos. We talked about it at convocation. It's about relationships. And again, I'm actually excited for our parents to kind of recognize how much we do to build relationships up front. And while it might seem like it's a slow process the first few days of school, but this is no different than what you would do if we were in person. I mean, you have to get to know your kids before you can really touch their heart before you touch their head, so to speak. And that's vital and important for success down the road. And so I just want to say thank you again from the bottom of my heart for all of what you all do, because I know you all are giving your absolute best to your kids every single day, and it does make a difference. So I appreciate that. And again, I want to echo that to all of our other teachers that aren't here with us tonight. So kudos to you all.
Thank you, Todd. Dr. Kidd, do you have anything else for us for this portion of our meeting?
No, not at this time. I just want to say thank you to the teachers for being here. Thank you.
And I was going to give a hall pass to not only the teachers, but also the principals on call, because I know they're trying to do just some last minute pieces to get things ready and in shape for our teachers and our students tomorrow. Best wishes, and we're excited to hear great things to come. Thank you all.
Yes. Thank you all. Good luck getting ready for tomorrow. Have a wonderful week. I now have my own anxiety about being on this meeting late into the evening when I have kids going to school tomorrow. So if you can avail yourself of getting offline, please do so now. I would just ask board members in reviewing that plan, if you will try and get any comments, Dr. Kidd, going into the weekend, certainly before early, we'll meet on Monday, just so she has the opportunity to make those edits and then answer questions if you have any more in anticipation of Monday. So, okay, I'm going to move us on to our agenda review meeting, and I'll note that we're transitioning at 7:24 p.m. We still have all board members present. And since I've read the script previously in terms of our meeting in relation to suspended open meeting laws, I won't read that again. I have read the script into public forum. If the board would like me to read that again, I'm happy to do that. But if not, I will begin with those comments. Any objection to me not reading that script? Okay. All right, so for those of you that may be watching us on live stream, we're going to do something a little bit different. And rather than listening to me read 56 different comments, I'm going to read the first set of comments, and then we're going to switch off into other board members. Mr. Jones, if you'll continue to take the time, I would appreciate it. I will take time for you when you read, and then board members, I will announce you when we transition to you. All right, first item is Marna P., who's a parent. Please consider the families with multiple kids in lower grades who have both parents working full-time and have toddlers in the house too. The remote learning schedule and requirements are extremely overwhelming for those families. Please let those of us who want to return to in-person school have the option to do so. 4 weeks of remote learning is way too long. If daycares are open, so should the public schools. Next comment, Erin Keithley, parent. I'm urging the district to allow students to return to in-person learning after the initial 4 weeks of remote learning. We are a family of 2 working parents, essential workers, and will be struggling with managing both work and remote school during these weeks. We believe having our children in school benefiting from face-to-face interactions with their teachers and classmates is far superior than sitting in front of computer screens all day. Please do not delay this return any further. Thank you. Next comment, Ashley Helligman, parent. Our family has highly prioritized not allowing our children to use handheld devices due to the overwhelming research showing the negative effects to behavioral, vision, health, and social development. Recent research showed that compared with children who had less than 30 minutes per day of screen time, children who were exposed to more than 2 hours of screen time per day were 5 times more likely to exhibit clinically significant externalizing behaviors, problems such as inattention, and over 7 times more likely to meet the criteria for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Other research indicates loss of social skills that can be long-standing and higher rates of depression. For parents who voted for in-person learning, we ask that you respect our parental right to discern which is a greater harm for our children. Please do not extend the remote learning. The school district will face more difficulty teaching children if screens continue to be the tool of choice despite the proven negative effects. Thank you for listening to our comments. Brian Wilkes, parent. There are concerns in the community that DSISD board members may already be considering extending the online-only learning an additional 4 weeks past September 14th. This would be unacceptable to many parents in our district. Based on parent enrollment verification data, 59.93% of parents voted to have in-person on-campus school starting on August 14th. The preference of the majority was already overruled in favor of minority opinion by adopting remote learning only for the first 4 weeks of school. It's too late to change that, but as a DSISD parent, I want to reiterate to the board that we want in-person on-campus school by September 14th. We can't decide that in-person learning isn't going to work in this new age of COVID when we haven't even tried it. In-person on-campus learning needs to happen. The parents of this district have spoken and our representatives need to respect our wishes. Thank you. Molly Randall, parent, community member. Realizing this is not an easy time for anyone, the for anyone, the board needs to stay firm with its decision to go back to school in 4 weeks. You were elected for a reason, not to be scared of the unpopular vote. With 3 children in the district, 1 in middle, 2 in high school, they are excited to go back and are encouraged to only have to do online learning for 4 weeks. For the mental sanity of these young people, do not take that away from them. Next comment, Jamie Gray, parent. Please do not extend the virtual only learning period. Please give families the choice of face-to-face. Virtual learning is not a great substitute for my children, and being on campus is crucial for their learning. Thank you for your consideration. Michael Burgess, parent. In your considerations about extension of online schooling, please also ensure you value the results of the poll response from the parents and recognize that your role is to ensure each student has the opportunity for an education. It is not your role to make it fair after the fact for those who chose one option or the other. What you should be considering is the overall risk and health and safety for the staff and students. That should be the primary concern. You cannot make it fair for all, no matter what you do. Respect the opinions of the parents, stick to the plan. It is a good one if you feel you have done all you can for safety. Next comment, Rachel Bell, parent. How does the board plan to assist the many children left home alone to learn remotely without parental support? Many parents have to go to work and cannot assist their children until 6 p.m. How will you guarantee these children succeed if you make remote learning mandatory beyond 4 weeks? The teachers in district have a moral and ethical standard to uphold to make sure all children are learning in an environment that allows for maximum benefit with proper educational support. If the board approves remote learning beyond 4 weeks, you will set these children up for failure. They will be left behind for years to come as a result of the district's selfish scare tactics. I will now turn it over to Mary Jane Hetrick.
First is Riley Jensen. As a student, I believe it is important to extend online learning because the process of making everything go back to normal will go much faster. Not everyone is taking this pandemic seriously, so why should we go back to school so soon? As much as I'm going to miss seeing my friends every day, I know our safety is the #1 priority. Next, Kibby Jensen. I support extending remote learning beyond the first 4 weeks of school and fully believe our district should have the right to extend beyond that if needed. It is the responsibility of our district to keep students, faculty, and staff safe. It is my hope that schools remain remote only until the 7-day hospitalization average is 5 or less, the threshold set by the Austin-Travis County Public Health Agency for a stage 2 response. If this cannot be done, I ask that our district provide teachers the choice of working remotely. Next is Megan Rogaline. The majority have selected to go back to in-person learning. I think in-person learning should still be planned at the 4-week mark. There is no need to extend to 8 weeks at this point. It is too early to make that call, and multiple schools are already back to in-person learning. This is incredibly hard on both parents working full-time with 0 family support with childcare. I believe when the majority is requesting in-person learning, that speaks volumes. Mental health should be considered and made a priority. Next, Jamie Coble. I voted for my 4 children to be educated by in-person learning along with 60% of other parents in our district. Because of the restrictions forced upon our children with remote online learning and other guidelines that are completely absurd, unnecessary, and ridiculous, not to mention not in accordance with the current state mandate orders to allow children 10 and under to be mask-free once they return back to school, I've had no choice but to withdraw my 3 younger children from DSISD. My children will not be glued to a computer all day long. I do not condone excessive computer use, not to mention the health, safety, dangers associated with excessive internet exposure and children left unattended because working parents have no choice. This is grossly negligent, and our children deserve much better. Our tax dollars demand it. My children will also not be forced to wear a mask because you think they should, with no scientific data to back up your orders. My oldest daughter is still enrolled with DSISD at the high school, and I expect her to attend in-person learning after the 4-week remote learning ending period. The majority of parents have spoken that they want their children at school learning in person, and the school board should have no choice but to follow what the taxpayers demand with no exception. Next, Aaron Petty. Please extend at-home schooling another 4 weeks due to cases rising and us not starting later like AISD or Hayes. Next, Brittany Rosnagel. The children that their parents wish for them to return to school after the 4 weeks of remote learning need to do so in the most normal way possible. No masks for children under 10, just like the government's order. Let the teachers teach our children, not police the masks on children 10 and under. If it's 50-50, there should not be an issue with classroom sizes. Let the kids be kids. Send home a waiver for parents who decide to send their kids back that says we do not hold the district liable for XYZ. Next, Wesley Wilkes. It has come to the community's attention that DSISD board members are already considering extending the remote learning for all students model by an additional 4 weeks before remote learning school has even started. Based on the parent enrollment verification data, 59.93% of parents have selected in-person school for their students after the required 4-week remote learning for all scenario. Unfortunately, the preference of the majority was already overruled in favor of minority opinion by adopting a remote-only model for the first 4 weeks. As a DSISD parent, I want the board to hear me here. We want in-person school on our campuses for our students by September 14th. The parents in the district have spoken, and it is the responsibility of the board to listen and implement our wishes. Thank you. Next, Dawn Simpson. I honestly don't understand why the extension of remote learning is even being discussed. You asked the parents what we wanted. We were given a choice. 60% said they wanted their kids back in school. The other 40% chose to keep their kids at home, a choice, one that each parent had to think through and evaluate. Everyone is entitled to their views, and I respect that, even if it's not the same as my choice. What I don't respect is now you further taking away my choice. I chose to send my kids to in-person learning. I don't appreciate certain members pushing their own thoughts and agendas and ideas of fairness. Fair, a choice is fair. Please don't take that away based on your own ideas. Let it be and move on. Shannon?
Thank you, Mary Jane. Shannon?
Thank you. This is from Nicole B., parent. Thank you for considering offering parents and students the choice of remote or in-person learning this fall. Since that choice was removed for weeks 1 through 4, I ask that you please offer it for weeks 5 through 9 and beyond, rather than extending the mandatory remote learning requirement for all. Many kids need the direct classroom interaction with teachers and peers to learn, so this choice is critical for them in their future. Please consider the weight of this decision and its potential long-term impact on our children. Stacy Coleman, parent. Here are my comments for the board meeting tonight regarding extending online learning another 4 weeks. Please consider the families with multiple children in lower grades who have both parents working full-time. The remote learning plan is extremely overwhelming for those families and unrealistic. In person or online, so what is the issue? You guys realize other school districts around the state started in school this week following state guidelines. Kids under 10 had no masks. Why is DSISD adding more guidance for younger kids to wear a mask when they are the group that poses the least risk according to the CDC? At some point, the board needs to stick to the facts and move forward. These decisions are only hurting the students. If I was a betting person, I would bet that test scores will suffer down the road from kindergarten, first, and second grade because of the delays in reopening schools. The foundation of these students should not be delayed any further. Online instruction should not be a replacement for a physical environment. If anything, there's a likelihood that schools will close again this fall, so the district should be taking advantage of the warmer weather before flu season begins. Why ask us what our choice was if they didn't care to listen? Why are we not checking back in and doing another survey for up-to-date information to make this decision? When parents lose their jobs and people in our community start foreclosing on their homes and DSISD's budget shrinks, everyone will feel the effects and care. I hope no one ends up homeless because parents are at home instead of at work. Schools closed in March and they have had 6 months to plan for a return. Why do they need another 8 weeks when other districts are already open? All of the time and money drained into this 4-week remote start to reconnect blows my mind. Why is no one considering the primary reason why the CDC recommends in-school instruction be in the mental health of its students? Really, really the families who opted for remote instruction did so maybe because their kids were not as affected. The families that opted for in-school instruction opted for it because, in part, corona isolation is affecting the kids. How many kids will be sacrificed so that adult teachers can stay at home and remote teach from the comfort of their homes? As much as I have grown to respect and value what teachers contribute, this opposition of healthy adults to come back and teach in person, knowing that kids are suffering mentally, is disgusting. Come on, DSISD, let's be leaders and not followers. Next is Emily Manguera, sorry if I got that wrong, parent. Because my comment pertained to multiple agenda items from both meetings, I asked it to be read at both. Over the last several weeks, I have become increasingly more concerned about our children and how the DSISD board has voted as it pertains to the choices we as parents have regarding asynchronous learning for the first 4 weeks of school. I understand that some of the reasoning behind moving to online only for the first 4 weeks was to prepare and obtain proper PPE equipment. Okay, sounds reasonable. What is not reasonable is to assume our children's right to learn has been decided by a virus proven to not be as big of a risk as once thought. It is not reasonable to ask that our children stay home and learn online for an additional 4 weeks because it may or may not be fair to those whose parents decided to have their children stay home for the additional time offered in the term. I want nothing more than to say how proud I am of our district's choices to keep our children and teachers safe. DSISD is the reason I moved my family here over 10 years ago. I have 2 kids that have graduated DSHS, another one that is a senior this year, and one that is in the 7th grade. We call this district home, and I have defended this school district as one of the best in the state. Lately, I have been scared. I'm scared that we as parents don't have the choices we need to make the best decisions on behalf of our children. Not because we don't want to, but because we're not allowed to. We no longer have the choices to be leaders and not followers. We don't have any choices to voice our concerns other than to write in on an internet board link and hope we are heard by all of you. There is no reason to extend the asynchronous learning option for another 4 weeks other than pure selfishness and lack of trust you have in your decision-making process. I'm sure you all have spent countless hours deliberating. Question, since when do we cater to the few when clearly the majority wants to be back at school? It has been unpopular to voice the opinion that we should have never even started out online only. However, it's true. Online only to start should have never happened. Back in March, maybe, but now no way. Get these kids back to school and give the parents the choice. The district started this process out well. I even took your survey. I answered how I wanted my children to learn this semester when I registered them. I also followed the news and made informed decisions about how I want my children to be most successful. We as parents have always had a choice whether or not to send our children to school, be it homeschool, private, public, or charter. Those are choices we have as parents. The choice should continue to be ours, however it fits into our own families. Plenty of time has passed to see how this virus is playing out, and even the CDC recommends that we get these kids back to school. So let's go. DSISD needs to be a leader. Stand up for the hundreds of DRIP kids that need in-person learning at school. Please lead with open eyes and stand up to the critics. They are few. It's okay to say we've had enough. We know what we are doing. Other districts have done it. Look at Barbers Hill ISD outside of Houston. I'm sure there are others as well. Their superintendent has led his district and took an appropriate stance on in-person instruction. Enough time has passed. Stop catering to the few squeaky voices and respect the choices of the parents. The lack of posture by the board makes us all look bad. Lastly, both of my school
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Latham, parent. As a concerned parent for all of our children of this community, we have done a great job giving us a choice to stay at home or go in-person school after the first 4 weeks. Please do not take that option away and extend remote learning as mandatory for another 4 weeks. Your community spoke through the survey and over 60% want their children back in classrooms. By having given the parents the choice, it allows both options to meet the needs of both personal situations. Next, Sarah Walker, parent. It has been brought to my attention that a few members of the board are requesting to extend virtual learning due to their opinion that in-person schooling is not, quote, fair for the other children whose parents have opted for remote learning. DSISD teachers are being allowed to bring their children to school with them during their recording and live teachings from the classrooms. Would this fall in line with the board member's opinion that it's not fair either? Are teachers' children being given an advantage by being in school? I personally do not believe so, but based on this opinion, virtual learning will never end. For the same reason that some parents are choosing to keep their children home, there are children that need to be in person. They need to be with authority figures aside from parents. They need to be with their peers. They need to be out of their homes for the first time in months. I'm pleading with the decision makers of DSISD to allow these parents to make that decision for themselves and for you to open back up school as soon as possible. Some parents still haven't found resources to enable us to teach our younger children all day from our homes without giving up work hours that put food on our tables. Why are we surrounded by districts who have figured out a way to start in person from day one, but we are still forced to figure out how to handle virtual learning for another 4 weeks and now maybe longer? If the district extends, I will be forced to look at options to look outside DSISD for my children, and I believe many other families will too. Where will this leave DSISD financially when we start to lose a large percentage of funds due to students moving to alternate schools? Next is Catherine Layton, parent. I'd like to address the district looking to extend online learning for another 4 weeks. As a parent of a special needs child and a medical journalist, I appreciate the conversation the board has had about our kids, but I've yet to see any action. Our son is unable to do remote learning because of his condition, so another 4 weeks of remote learning will be yet another blow to him and others like him. Furthermore, these decisions seem to be political rather than science-based. Many other countries did not shut down their campuses and did not see spikes in infections in schools. Here in the U.S., the YMCA Boys and Girls Club have been taking care of thousands of children of essential workers throughout the COVID-19 crisis and haven't had any issues with outbreaks of the virus. In regards to special needs students, other states such as California are opening up schools for special needs children, and I urge the board to do so for our special needs children here in Dripping Springs immediately. I see my son slipping further and further away every day that he is stuck at home. There is certainly a way to keep vulnerable students and teachers home in an online format while allowing those who wish to be in classrooms to do so. It's time for DSISD to stand for science and special needs students now. Next, Shara Allen, parent. It is my understanding, based on the data released from the board in a prior meeting, that the majority, 59.93%, of the school community wants their children in school and learning. I am personally having a hard time wrapping my head around the fact that this is being completely ignored. One reason on record I have read is that the teachers have not received adequate training to handle remote learning. I would like to understand why not. The potential of online learning has been looming over all of us since March. I would think that would have offered plenty of time to prepare for a remote learning scenario. The other reason on record is that virtual learners would feel like second-class citizens in the instructional environment. It is time to leave feelings out of this and to focus on facts. The fact is almost 60%, a clear majority, wants their children in person. The remote learners choose to learn remotely. A good thing was done, and we were all offered a choice between remote learning and in-person learning. We as parents got to choose which learning option we want. If the remote learners feel like second-class citizens, they can change to in-person. Unfortunately, the option to choose has been ripped away from your majority of parents who chose in-person for 4 weeks, and now faces the threat of their choice to be ripped away for even longer. You as the board were elected to represent us all, and I encourage you to listen to the cold hard facts presented to you through the surveys that we, the parents, have taken the time to fill out. Thank you for your time. Next, Jim Schumacher, parent. There is no better way to learn but hands-on, face-to-face. The ability to engage in active learning from each other is one of the most important interactions a child can have. Social isolation benefits no one. I'm done.
Thank you, Shannon. Barbara?
Would help if I unmute myself. Lori Prehar, parent. My husband and I have 5 students in this district, 2 at DSHS, 2 at SSMS, and our youngest at SSES. I am not a professional educator, but would be willing to bet even a seasoned superstar would see the task ahead of me more than a small challenge. In the fall, we managed approximately 100 assignments a week. I leaned into the existing relationships we built from August to March with their teachers, and we all survived it. Starting tomorrow, our 5 children will have 30 teachers, most of which none of us have met. I'm on board with your first 4 weeks plan to transition safely because I'm a reasonable human being. I am not on board with 8 transition weeks where only an online option is available. Our children already withstood 9 weeks of remote learning in the spring. I didn't complain, we made it work. That has now snowballed into 13 weeks if you include this safety transition. Snowballing it again into 17 weeks would be giving a second-class experience to all our students. For what greater good? What will change? COVID will be here in 4 weeks and beyond. I'm scratching my head why you even ask if you weren't going to deliver for all the families you represent. I believe it's false advertising that our community be held hostage to a one-size-fits-all approach while boasting ourselves as a district of innovation in every marketing plug. You asked the community which approach fit each family. Families responded, and you have the power to give everyone what they requested. Imposing your belief of fair onto all families is bad policy, and if the shoe fits, bad politics. When one's feelings of what is fair overshadow another's rights to a meaningful learning environment, things are no longer fair. You were elected to represent us all, fair and square in an election. Flex your leadership muscles and do what is right for all students. Our kids and many teachers want to bravely blaze a trail forward after almost 200 days of limbo. Lead or get out of the way for people who will. David Scott, parent. I am not in favor of extending virtual learning. Other districts in the state have resumed classroom learning, and it is time to safely send our kids back to school. I do not support extending virtual learning for another 4 weeks. Our kids needs to return to some form of normalcy, even if they are wearing masks. Please allow our kids to return to the classroom as soon as possible. Bo Ash, parent. DSISD has sent a poll requesting input from parents, and 60% of parents want in-person learning. So as a voted-in representative, please don't go against the majority of your constituents' wishes. Voters are paying attention, so please do not extend remote learning any further. Thank you. Katie Scott, parent. I do not support extending remote learning for a further 4 weeks. If a child/family has extenuating circumstances, then I support them having the optionality for remote instruction, but the majority of students should be able to return. The survey results showed the majority of parents supported in-person learning, so I don't understand how you can go against the results of the survey. Sue Schumacher, parent. First, I'd like to thank you for your time and commitment to serve as board members for the school district. None of this can be easy to navigate in such tumultuous times. As a parent in this district, I have a voice that needs to be heard and considered. I learned last night that this consideration for extending online learning was being considered tonight. When we made the decision as to how we would choose to have our kids participate in their education at the time of registration, I thought this was an extremely fair way to handle this decision. It gave parents the choice based on their comfort level. Because this item is appearing on the agenda, it leads me to believe that the board is trying to overrule the parents' decision. This is not okay with me. As board members, your role is to represent the community, most importantly, your customers, who are your students and their parents. Your role is not to represent your own agendas. I'm assuming that part of the decision for reconsideration of the length of online learning was based on the following quote from Community Impact. Trustee Joanna Day expressed concern that teachers would not receive adequate training to handle remote instructional demands, and virtual learners would feel like second-class citizens in the instructional environment. If this is a training issue for how staff should handle teaching in both environments, I think you have an opportunity to quickly adapt. This pandemic has been present for 6 months, and there have been many discussions about how to proceed in the future. This sounds like an administrative issue that needs to be resolved internally and not one that the public needs to interfere with. We've hired you to do your job. We trust that you will do it. If this is because parents who have chosen to keep their children home may feel like their kids will feel like second-class citizens, it sounds like a personal problem and a consequence to their decision. The nearly 60% of parents who have chosen to send their children to school should not have to suffer because of other parents' decisions. If this board elects to reconsider an online extension, regardless of the nearly 60% of parents' decision to bring kids back to school, I suspect you will be impacted in ways you're not necessarily considering as part of your decision process. Let the children whose parents chose to bring them back to school come back. Let those children whose parents may now be regretting their decision to keep them home stay home and learn. Kids need to get back to some level of normalcy that involves socialization. It's one of our God-given instincts. Without it, we are setting our kids up for an overwhelming amount of mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual suffering. If this consideration is something other than what is referenced above, the parents and community should be informed of the issue rather than showing up on an agenda without warning. Chris Schmidl, teacher. The pre-K teachers at Walnut Springs would like the Board of Trustees to know that we are ready for face-to-face learning. We request remote learning not be extended an additional 4 weeks. Steve Simpson, parent. Thanks to all of you for your diligence and hard work trying to manage the task of starting a school year at times like these. I do not envy the positions you are in, but do want you to know that we are thankful. That being said, the decisions around remote and in-person learning should not be based solely on your opinions without regard for our opinions as families. You are elected officials in our community. Please listen to and follow the wishes of the parents and families who will be tasked with managing the outcomes of your decisions. You have done your due diligence and surveyed our families and have worked within the parameters set by the CDC and the governor's office. Please do not create an additional delay for in-person learning for our children. There is no basis for it, and it is not in accordance with the information that the community has given you. Thank you for your time. Monica Friedman, parent. We were given a choice to return to school in person or continue remote after the initial 4 weeks online, and now you are considering changing/extending it. My kids want to be in school with their friends and want to learn in person. Everyone has the same option, and if some people are going to complain, stating that the in-person learners will have an unfair advantage, they should send their child to school. We were given the choice, honor it. And
Thank you, Barbara. Ron, I will take over your timing duties while you read, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This letter is from Brian and Colette Craham, and I apologize if I butchered your names. My sincere apologies. Their note reads, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. We would like to weigh in on the agenda item to consider approving the extension of online learning beyond the initial 4-week transition period. Board members have repeatedly requested that parents and teachers be surveyed in order that their preferences can be used by elected officials to make decisions in their best interest. The survey results are in and have been tabulated. Approximately 60% of parents chose to have their students return to in-person learning on September 7th. Approximately 85% of educators are willing and ready to instruct students in person, so there is obviously not a staffing issue that would warrant the extension of online learning. There has not been any COVID-19 related health data that has changed for the worse, in fact, the opposite, that would warrant the extension of online learning. There is absolutely no reason to remove the choice for parents to decide what is in their child's best interest. The fairness of one choice over another by parents on behalf of their children is an invalid reason to remove choice altogether. But if we must address the fairness issue, how is it fair to deny in-person access to children whose parents, for a variety of reasons, have decided their children would be best served by the district in person? Is it fair, for example, to have children unsupervised at home? Is it fair to negatively impact children's emotional well-being or academic success by removing their ability to be instructed in person? I think not. You are elected to serve the community, not your own personal agenda or political affiliation. This next letter, Madam President, is from 204 people. I won't read all their names, but I will just preface the note by saying that 204 people signed it. Dear DSISD board member, Board of Trustees, and Mr. Washburn, please know how much we appreciate the thousands of volunteer hours you've collectively put into this year. Out of respect for your time and to save Carrie Kroll's voice, thank you. From having to read aloud long copied and pasted emails, 204 of us have signed this letter. 31 of us are teachers and staff. 123 of us are parents and grandparents. 9 of us are medical professionals. 40 of us are students, and 100% of us are community members. You do not have to read all our names loud, but they are attached for the record. Watching people debate the value of face masks for children is extremely disheartening. We get that masks are inconvenience, and we get that they are uncomfortable at times. We get that enforcing this policy will make teachers' jobs a little bit harder, but school didn't shut down in March. The buildings were closed, but teaching and learning continued. We know our teachers have spent the summer in imagining and planning for how this will play out in the classrooms. The fact of the matter is that kids of any age can spread this virus to other kids and to adults. Currently, the only scientifically proven ways we have in reducing the rate of transmission of COVID within our community are the proper use of masks and social distancing. These should not be the things we are even debating. It is very hard for us to read posts or listen to comments where people are concerned about masks being 1, an inconvenience, 2, something that is different or not normal, 3, uncomfortable, 4, harmful to our health, a claim not supported by science, and doing so without regard for the safety of other students and adults in the classrooms and buildings. It might not be their intent, but their words come across as if they don't care about the health of teachers or staff or their families or the community as a whole. Requiring masks of everyone 4 and above and enforcing as much social distancing as possible are basic steps we can take to protect everyone until this virus is under control. If our district does not take the necessary steps to minimize the risk, we are dehumanizing our teachers and staff and telling them they are unheard, unseen, and unimportant. Along these lines, precious teachers and staff are resigning because they are forced to choose between their livelihoods or risking their lives and the lives of their families. With current technology and innovation, the district should be able to practice grace and flexibility and find ways for those teachers that need to stay remote after the first 4 weeks to do so. You may have heard the quote, "In the end, it will be impossible to know if we overreacted or did too much, but it will be quite apparent if we underreacted or did too little." We believe the primary role of our leaders is to keep everyone safe, not make everyone happy. Again, thank you for your time and for listening to our 204 voices. Stay safe. The next one is from Julie Warner, a parent. I am highly against extending the remote learning another 4 weeks. As a working parent, it is impossible to work away from home and leave children to learn for themselves without my guidance. I would be forced to quit my job, open the schools, and let the parents who want their kids to stay at home to do so. The next is from Stephanie Duke, a parent. Hello, board members and Superintendent Washburn. First, thank you for the countless hours you have all put into creating a plan for our schools. We can all agree that it is not an easy feat. Respectfully, though, I'd like to address the fact that you, the board, are already talking about an extension to online learning before school has even begun. Parents were given a choice, and we ask that you abide by what we've chosen. 60% said they needed kids back at school. Delaying further only puts these parents and students in more of a bind for countless reasons. Many Texas schools are opening their doors day one and not forcing students to stay home. Please do not continue to force virtual learning onto families who want to go back to school. The reasons given in the superintendent email for considering the extension do not hold water for those who believe kids need to return to the classroom. We all accepted the plan as it stands. Let's just get on with it. Please do not extend online learning. The next email is from Carmen Osterhus. I am against extending remote learning beyond the initial 4 weeks for those that have chosen to return for in-person learning. The next one is from Holly Newman, a parent. Good afternoon. First, thank you, each of you, for working to navigate this unprecedented situation. For the agenda item related to the extending the online learning past the initial 4 weeks, the decision to do so is unsubstantiated at this point. What is the purpose of 4 more weeks of online learning? What outcome/goal is trying to be achieved? The majority of the district's families voted to return to school. Why would there be consideration to extend the online only option when that is the direct conflict with the majority of the families? The next comment is from John Crank, a parent. For families and students that opted for in-person learning, I strongly encourage the board to not extend remote online learning any more than they already decided 4-week period. Frankly, I would rather for my student and others alike to start in-person education on August 18th. Given that is not a possibility, I prefer my student to commence in-person learning at the end of this 4-week remote only period. And for students that opt to have in-person instruction, the in-class format works best for their learning styles and characteristics, whereas remote online learning does not provide an adequate learning environment for these students. I felt that either 100% in-person or 100% remote/online options given to families and students a few weeks back was a good middle ground for those families that want their students back in class as opposed to those that want remote online only, and the same applies for the staff as well. Thank you. And then the next email is from Tina Wheaton. Please do not consider extending online learning as the mandatory option. The families who have chosen to do in-person learning have done so for a reason. We know what is best for our children and best for our families. You do not. You have already made a choice to start the first 4 weeks of the school year remote, with many people disagreeing. Enough is enough. You have provided an option. Parents made their decision, so let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I appreciate that. Marissa?
Allison Pools, parent. I am writing to ask the district to not extend the remote learning period. My son has learning differences and is in desperate need of the additional support provided in person on campus. During the first 4 weeks of school, my son will be on 7 different Zoom calls. This is an average of 3.5 hours a day for a 3rd grader who struggles academically. This is merely surviving and does not provide an environment where he will thrive. If the 4 weeks of remote learning is extended, our family will be forced to unenroll and find a better school setting where he will be supported academically, socially, and emotionally. Thank you for your consideration. Samantha Daniels, parent. Why is there not an emergency meeting on the parents' voices who want the kids in school? Why is there not a survey being sent out to see where people stand about sending their kids back now? I guarantee that number would be larger than the 60% last time. Our voices are not being heard. I have the right to choose whether my kids go back to school or not. My kids' mental state has been wrecked by not knowing what's happening next. They need socialization and in-person teaching. I am not fit to sit with them from 7:45 a.m. to 3 p.m. while pretending I'm a teacher. I have other young children to attend to. These feelings I have are shared by everyone that I know. It is shocking that our voices aren't being heard. Stop this foolishness and get my kids back in school as normal. Carrie Schultz, community member. I'm concerned about the social and emotional impact virtual learning will have on the development of our children. Additionally, I'm concerned about the impact the computer will have on their brain and eyes. Sarah Vibrock, parent, community member. Let's begin school tomorrow as planned and do not extend online school beyond 4 weeks. Please do not follow AISD, Austin, Travis County as role models since they continue to botch their COVID journey. And despite the proximity and population crossover, DS specifically has not seen any parallel or correlation in numbers to Austin. It is time for Dripping Springs to be a leader and creatively forge their own path. It is definitely time to start this school year. It will most certainly have challenges, but it needs to begin and let the pieces fall into place. Stacy Riddle, parent. Let's begin school tomorrow as planned and do not extend online school beyond 4 weeks. Please do not follow AISD, Austin, Travis County as role models since they continue to botch their COVID journey. And despite the proximity and population crossover, DS specifically has not seen any parallel or correlation in numbers to Austin. It is time for Dripping Springs to be a leader and creatively forge their own path. It is definitely time to start the school year. It will most certainly have challenges, but needs to begin and let the pieces fall into place. Ryan and Melissa Solin, parent. It has been circulated that a particular board member has been pushing for an extension of the initial 4-week remote learning period by another 4 weeks due to perceived unfairness to families who choose the continued remote-only learning option. Whether or not this is accurate, any extension of the initial remote learning period simply cannot happen on this or any related basis. We certainly cannot say that we have to extend it due to increasing COVID rates in Hays County, as those have been falling rapidly. Travis County rates are trending downward significantly as well. By the district's own numbers, over 60% of enrollment made it clear that they wanted in-school learning. The 40% who chose to continue remote learning did so by their own choice. There is no unfairness here. This is a case of people being given two options, and some members of the board are attempting to be vocal about remote learners being slighted. Those who made the decision to only learn remotely did so at their own free will, knowing that there was an in-class option as well. Extending the initial remote learning period for such a ridiculous reason is grossly unfair to working families and children who need in-class instruction. If parents who choose a continued remote-only learning option are upset that other families are going back to school, perhaps they should rethink their decision rather than demanding that vocal board members impose their will on 60% of the enrollment. Sarah Nowak, parent. The CDC and the Texas School Safety and Security Council have all declared our children need to be offered in-person learning. Please get my 7-year-old and all of our children back to in-person learning as soon as possible. Along with others in the community, I have had to temporarily leave my job as a dental hygienist to remote learn with my child. Remote learning is not offering a quality education to children who are learning to read. While I have done my best to present a positive attitude in front of my child about the remote start, she said it best after she burst into tears after the Zoom Meet the Teacher. I just want to go back to school. I do not learn on the computer. We moved here from Kamal ISD, where from day one, Superintendent Mr. Kim has pushed for and will be starting his district in person. He has gone above and beyond in communicating with local and state government officials and relaying pertinent information to the members in the district. This remote start to reconnect has been very disappointing, and should the board decide to extend the 4-week option, we will be pulling our children from the district. As a daughter and daughter-in-law of educators, this is not an easy decision, but the future of my child's education, mental and emotional well-being is more important than this political game.
Thank you, Marissa. Joanna?
This first comment, 3 people, Shonda De Leon, Veronica McBride, and Chase McBride, that the 3 sent in the exact same comments. Good evening. I was hesitant for several reasons to spend time writing a comment for the meeting tonight. First, based on past experience with virtual meetings, I know it will be read in a robotic voice with no tone or inflection attached to it. If I were standing in front of you, you'd be able to see my shaky hands holding the paper and hear my quick voice on the verse, and maybe it would make more of an impact. More importantly, it seems that no matter how many comments are submitted, no matter how many parents cry and beg and plead with you to listen, no matter how many people tell you that our children are suffering, you continue to make decisions that do not serve the interests of the community. According to the Texas Association of School Boards, one of the most important roles of a trustee is to advocate for the public and for our students, to build trust by listening to the community. Please listen now, as 60% of your community is pleading with you to not apply for the waiver to extend remote-only learning initial. You'll say this is about the amount of PPE available, the amount of cleaning supplies, or that this is for the quote-unquote public health. But none of those are absolutes. There are always ways to make it work, all of it. Other districts around us are making it work with far less resources and support than that of Dripping Springs. 60% of the community agrees that the of our children not being in a face-to-face learning environment is a far greater risk than COVID-19. Please consider that and be the leaders you are elected to be. Superintendent Washburn just sent an email emphasizing that we will, quote, embark on the school year embracing new challenges, expanding our capacities, and equipping our students to be critical thinkers, strong problem solvers, and resilient people, end quote. I think that should apply to you, the Board of Trustees. Expand your capabilities. You should think critically and outside the box about how we work and be strong problem solvers yourself. Lead by example in these areas, or those words don't mean anything. Jenny Pack, parent. Thank you again for your tireless efforts and attention. I'm looking around at other local districts, including Wimberley, Comal, Bernie, and Hayes. Whether these districts have elected remote learning, in-person learning, or some hybrid to start the school year, they all seem to have a clear vision and plan. They have communicated extensive options, guidelines, and guidance to their stakeholders. In a letter I've submitted to this board dated July 21st, 2020, I said, open quotes, provide specific measures for decision making. The board needs to set clear guidelines on how future determinations are going to be made. While there are many changing variables, we can't constantly shift the goalposts. For example, if additional in-person delays are discussed after the 4-week transition period, what are the determining factors? What is the percentage or number of cases the district feels is a guideline one way or another? Once we are back in school, what is the protocol for handling positive cases? And at what point does that force a school closure? While outstanding measures such as county or state orders could override the district set guidelines, I estimate that providing a construct will give the community confidence that you are proactively leading facts and working toward a set plan as best you can. End quotes. We all know the saying, shoot for the moon, even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. If DSISD does not enact a specific plan to even get off the ground, I think everyone understands the need for flexibility given the shifting environment. Do not understand the lack of clarity in communication or planning. This affects the entire livelihood of the families in our town, our children's mental and physical well-being, income earning potential in many households, childcare, and a multitude of layers of needs. I believe that to constantly keep everyone at bay by spoon feeding information in small doses is going to cause greater fallout in the long term. I am urging the board to communicate further delays sooner rather than later so people can plan. I am begging again that you communicate what our options look like moving forward. We have no idea what in-person learning looks like, nor what the standards will be in handling the ins and outs of in-person learning and potential COVID cases. I wish everyone the best possible start to the school year possible. My thoughts and prayers are with the teachers, students, and families. Michelle K., parent. Good afternoon. First, let me start by saying thank you for your time and energy during this uncertain year. You've had a hard and thankless job. Not only are you unsalaried, but this requires your most precious asset, which is time. I recognize fully that you your efforts to this, as well as paid jobs, parenthood, being a caretaker, etc., that require your attention and nurturing, and that is no easy feat. For that, I'm appreciative. I want to address 2 concerns here. 1, return to school in person, and 2, required mask coverings for 4 and up. As stated on the website, as elected board members, it is your duty in the interest of students and to protect the taxpayers' investment in the district. To dissect the last sentence further, A, protect means to keep safe from harm or injury. B, investment by definition is the act of putting money to work to start or expand with the goal of earning. Investment is oriented towards future returns, entails some degree of risk. Those being defined, I do not believe that this board is acting as good stewards of protecting the taxpayers' investment in the district. The voices of parents, i.e. taxpayers, responded through a survey that the district deployed, and the results of that survey were in the majority to send kids back to school in person. The assessed risk for students and parents who are in the majority of constituents that you serve have decided that returning to school is an acceptable risk for them, and yet they are not being heard. Why? People everywhere are back at work. People at hospitals, nurses and doctors, grocery store employees, restaurant workers, summer camp counselors, hotel and resort staff, daycare employees, private school teachers have all gone back to work to ensure that people in the community get the things they need. Teachers and administrators are still getting paid to do a job for which they are not fully performing. The argument that they are not receiving enough personal protective equipment, PPE, to ensure their safety are not relevant, as there are plenty of dollars to support the safety of everyone. The TEA said that there will be reimbursements for extra COVID-related expenses and that tens of millions of PPE supplies have been provided to school systems at no additional cost. To further support this, I reviewed many DSISD teacher Amazon wish lists. I did not ascertain that there was concern at all related to their safety. I counted a handful who requested Clorox wipes and one who had a thermometer listed. Not one requested a face shield, masks, hand sanitizer, kids masks, Lysol. Most teachers had items like rolling carts, file folders, puzzles, string lights, vinyl tape, badges, umbrellas, calculators, and border materials. If the concern was safety, it was not reflected in their so-called wish list. We can all agree that this is not going anywhere, so why are Why are we so focused on not returning and further delaying something we have not even attempted? We've had 5 months to prepare for this. Many professions did not amount of time as a luxury and instead were their own case studies.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanna. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Jessica, and I apologize for probably mispronouncing this, Krajecki, parent. I absolutely disagree with any notion to extend the online learning period. The citizens of Dripping Springs have spoken, and we want our kids back at school. We've been given a choice if our opinions do not matter. This is unfair for everyone, especially our sweet children. This needs to stop. Let's stop going around in circles and move forward. There are plenty of districts who started in person already. 4 weeks is plenty of time to prepare. Thank you. Alicia Bergeron, parent. Please do not extend the remote learning another 4 weeks. Kids want to get back to school. Kristen Hearn, parent community member. Groupthink is an ongoing issue with the DSISD Board of Trustees. However, I am pleased to see that in the board operating procedures redline document that, quote, communications 2G is being removed. Trustees are independently elected when not appointed via secret process and should have to forward stakeholder communication to the board and should not have to forward stakeholder communication to the board president and superintendent for response. The document also has statements regarding trustee preparedness for meetings. This is important since all trustees present for the countywide polling location vote admitted that they knew little, if anything, about the item on which those present eventually all voted yes. Basically, all were supposed to vote yes, so they did, but it was obvious no one knew what they were voting for. Another example of groupthink. SD has the same agenda item up for a vote on the same night. They had an honest discussion and tabled until they had the information to make an educated vote, and I believe the vote was split. Hopefully, the November election will yield new voices on the board, voices that represent underrepresented viewpoints. Tony and Amy Ezel, I apologize if I mispronounce that, parents. I am a parent of a child who will be a junior at Dripping Springs High School this fall. With the approval of all private schools opening on time in August by Attorney General Ken Paxton, I thought it would be helpful to send you some information regarding the importance of opening DSHS. As you know, several private schools are planning to open on time. Obviously, they are reading the same articles you may be reading, but have the courage and consideration of all factors to make the best decision for students. After reading the articles below, my hope is that you will have the courage to take a stand and open DSHS as quickly as possible for our students. From your graph provided by the school board, it is apparent that parents want their children back in the classroom sooner rather than later. 60% of parents want their children in the classroom. We must not push back the date any further, as this action will be harmful to our children. See Article 6 below that is written by a patient and mother of 3 school-age children. Below are the articles highlighting the science of the virus. Children do not pass the virus. See Article 4. Masks do little, if anything, to stop the spread of the virus. Rather, masks worn work against our own immune systems. Article 3. And finally, the isolation and lack of in-person teaching are hurting our children. Articles 1, 2, 5, and 6. Keep in mind, Austin daycare facilities have been open since March and haven't had any problems staying open and functioning normally. I am a 60-year-old pre-K teacher, and our private school will begin on time in August without masks for children and teachers. I'm not afraid of the virus because I know there is good medication available, and in the large majority of cases, those infected have mild symptoms with complete recovery. Article 5. There are a lot of scare tactics being circulated in the world. Bottom line, education is becoming more competitive and parents are looking at their options. I am not satisfied with online learning for my child, and I can see that many other parents share that view. My son's junior year is too important. He has lost out on considerable learning during the online teaching and is falling behind in a competitive world. My son is an honor roll student, but is currently having to work with a tutor to make up for the deficit that occurred this spring. Please know, I am not an advocate of online learning. It was a very disappointing experience. Article 1 is www.theblaze.com/news/Bill Gates Trump schools. Article 2, NewYork-Post.com/2020/07/19/ open the schools. Article 3, articles.mercola.com/sites/articles/archives 2020/07/19 are face masks effective?
Thank you.
And I have no further comments.
That actually brings us to the end of public comment. Thank you, board members, for sharing that duty tonight. I do appreciate it. So that will bring us to our agenda review. As a reminder, we're going to go through the agenda that we'll be discussing next Monday on the 24th. And no action will be taken until that meeting, but this is a good opportunity for us to walk through these items. We'll begin as normal with our opening ceremony, the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag and the Texas flag, and a moment of silence. We will have a public forum, just like we've done tonight. The only difference is we will be able to speak to non-posted agenda items, as is our new tradition. And then we'll move on to reports and discussion items. We'll start with item A, Office of Learning and Innovation. I will recognize our Assistant Superintendent of L&I, Dr. Karen Kidd. One moment, let me pause real quick. It looks like Mrs. Day had a question.
Are we doing above and beyond? I can't remember if we did them in August last year.
I feel like we don't get started with that until September. I see Tom shaking his head. Okay. So no, but good question. Dr. Kidd, walk us through your report, please.
For sure. So thank you for Learning and Innovation update. I'm bringing to you, obviously, the professional learning that has been underway, as well as social emotional learning. I do want to recognize that we have out there open right now application for community committees, including DAC and SHAC. As you are aware, the DAC committee is a 3-year term. We currently have 2 to 3 openings. I am reaching out to current members to make sure that they are still invested in participating in that meeting, so I can make sure that I fill any vacancies if people do no longer wish to be a part of that. And then for SHAC, it's a 2-year term, and currently we have 5 openings, and I will also reach out to those committee members that are extending through the 2021 school year to confirm that they would like to also participate. We are having that timeline close for the application September 4th, and it is my hope that in September that I will bring you the names of the committee members for your review and possible appointment to SHAC. So I think moving on, do you have any questions about that? I don't know if I should just roll through it or stop and ask questions with each one.
Go ahead and roll through it. I'll try to watch and interrupt you, Karen, if I need to.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, and as you know, we have new Title IX regulations, and so we've been underway with creating our new training and our processes and procedures and naming our people and key players in that. TASB, as of Friday, released more documents and guidance to fulfill that the grievance process or the report process. And so we will get that uploaded into how to create a report and what that looks like. But currently we do have the required postings, and we are up to date with what they are recommending that we do so far. So that's training and make sure we have the website up to date. We're moving forward this week with continuing looking at that TASB guidance that just landed on Friday and making sure that's aligned to ISD protocols. I shared with you in the update, the CLNI, how they have created a resource for teachers and parents. I just wanted to share with you some of the work that's being pumped out from campuses and just in support of helping families and teachers just understand how we're trying to make school as normal as possible for kids. And that even includes what we do to check out books and how we get books in the hands of students. So I just thought that was something to highlight this month as the special education professional development that has been underway. I wanted to highlight that as well. And that's it.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Kidd? Okay. Thank you for that overview. Let's see, we'll move on then to item B, Office of Finance and Operations. We have our interim CFO with us, Larry.
Good evening, board. The first part of the section will be a bond construction update, and I believe that Mike Garcia is online. Is that correct? I know he was involved in a school. There was something that he had to do some work there. So Clint was going to be on standby to step in for him. Is either Mike or Clint available at the moment?
Yeah, I can see Clint. He's there.
Yep, I'm here.
Take it away.
So we would normally do the construction update presentation at next week's meeting. I'm glad to run through it tonight if the board so desires that. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions and we can go through that next week. Just whatever the board prefers.
Absolutely. It looks like we have a question from Joanna.
So first, I'm having trouble downloading it. I don't know if that's my computer or someone else's, or my error, the computer. But I just had a quick question about the high school. And I'm sorry that I haven't been able to go on a tour, but is there still being work done? Could you give us a little update about what that looks like as teachers are moving in?
Yes, definitely. So the work on the high school project is substantially complete. Teachers started moving in, I believe, into the new addition on August 7th. And so there is, just kind of the minor, finish items and buttoning up a few things and starting on punch lists and that type thing. But the work itself is substantially complete and teachers have moved in.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board members, are you comfortable with getting the full update next week? Any questions or concerns before then? Okay, Clint, thank you for being with us. We'll look forward to visiting with you next week.
Thanks, Clint. The next section is the financial reports, and they're the same basically that you see month to month. Printouts from Skyward, broken down by general fund and food service, et cetera. Of course, since this is just for the month of July, the percentages that you see in the far right columns are going to be very small because it's the first month of the fiscal year. But does anyone have any questions about the reports generally? There's also the usual investment report from TCG on the back, of course.
Board members, any questions about the finance reports? Okay. Not seeing any, Larry.
I'm sorry?
Just letting you know I wasn't seeing any hands. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. The next section is the bond summary program. And as usual, that is broken down by project, et cetera. And then behind that are pages of the Skyward reports that relate to the total programs. But the listing that you have that is multicolored is the bond summary program as of July. Are there any questions on that area, board members?
I don't see any. Please continue.
Okay. The next one is just a notice, and it deals with a grant that we are eligible for, and we're in the process of applying for it. And as you see in the text, it's $239,322. And it's called ESSER grant. As you know, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security is the CARES Act, and this is the fund of that, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, or ESSER as it's known. But basically, the amount of grant money that we received was our proportion of the Title I Part A grant that we had for last fiscal year compared to the whole grant in the state of Texas. So it started May 15th and it goes through, as you see there, 2021 with an additional 12-month carryover. So it's all the way to 2022, but we anticipate that that will be a source of funds for things related to COVID stuff. So we have certainly no plans to wait until 2021 to expend those funds. We need to be able to use those now. So Jeff Martello has the paperwork on that and is going to submit that on or before the due date, which is the 24th of August.
Board members, do you have any questions about this? Basically, Larry, we have to submit the application in order to pull down the funds that would otherwise be ours, or our allocation of the funds, rather.
We submit the application and then we share with them our spending plan after that.
Okay. All right. Don't see any questions there.
And I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Ron.
Madam
Go ahead.
President. So Jeff or Larry, is there a deadline associated with that?
Well, there's a deadline for submitting the application. Yes, sir. That's the 24th. And as far as the expenditures, it's way out to 2022.
24th of August?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Anything in the HR report that you'd like to highlight, Larry?
Yield to the HR director.
So good evening, board members, and the HR update. We walked through just an update for the hiring season. We're narrowing down our teacher vacancies. They're very minimal at this point, and any of the vacancies remaining are very recent openings that have come up. And one of the three that were listed in the report has since had a recommendation for hire. So that's a positive note that I'd like to bring to your attention. And we have a number of personal updates related to COVID-19, including some links to the training that's been provided for all staff, and of course the safety protocols that have been available and updated with new guidance as it's come out since May 29th and continuing to evolve as needed. We are processing and conducting interactive meetings under the ADA for employees with disabilities who have a need for workplace accommodations, and we are conducting those on Mondays and Fridays and walking through that interactive process to make sure that our employees' needs are met. And then we are also conducting any interviews or workplace tracing for those employees who may have been exposed to or testing positive for COVID-19, and then potentially if any of those have been brought into the workplace, or if individuals visiting created any type of exposure in the workplace. So we're working through that. As those come up, open enrollment is currently still ongoing for our district employees through the 21st of August. And then there's some interesting data that I brought to you, our team brought to you from the substitute teacher availability survey. I believe I had mentioned the last time we were all together that we were conducting an open survey specifically for what substitute teachers are available. And I know that you can read the statistics, but in brief, we have a number of folks who are available to substitute teach during the fully remote period of instruction that starts tomorrow. We have 91 who have out of the 114 that had taken the survey at the time we put this data together for you. So 91 out of 114 that indicated they plan to return to on-campus substitute teaching. We have 21 who'd be willing to work in a permanent semester-long campus assignment, and 48 who've indicated availability for long-term assignments of 2 weeks or more. And so we are going to be working with the campuses to connect those substitute teacher names with the campuses for semester-long or long-term needs. We have a number of new staff actually quite a number of new staff, and then we have transfers. So this is one of the months where you're going to see a very large list of new staff and transfers as the school year begins. This is typically when we report all of those staff into you. And then we have a few separations that we're continuing to report, and then our end of year resignation list that should be about the last that you see of that for end of year resignations. And we have our risk management data and a link to the district vacancies that you could peruse. I will just point out, related to this data, I did have a board member asking specifically the resignations that were related to COVID-19. Out of about 47 teacher resignations, we've had six that confirm COVID-19 was the basis. We have a number who also retired or listed family reasons, but did not indicate specifically if the family reasons or retirement were accelerated or related to COVID-19. But we did have 6 who indicated that COVID-19 had essentially made the family decision for them, and that's what they felt like was best. I will tell you that the HR team has diligently talked to all employees from somewhere right around the middle of the summer and beyond the penalty-free resignation period who've indicated a desire to resign, and have counseled with them one-on-one by phone call or by Zoom to talk them through the different options they potentially have available and to walk through that process with them hand in hand. So I feel very confident in letting you know that those teachers who've made that family decision or that decision to resign have done so with full knowledge of the different options available, but they still felt that it was best for them or for their family at this time. So those are some of the details that are related to the data on the HR report, but I wanted to highlight for you while I had a minute with you this evening.
Thank you, Tiffany. We've got several questions, if you'll be patient. I'm going to start with Mary Jane.
Yes, it's actually directly related to what you last were speaking about on page 1, personnel update number 2, in working with employees who do not have a disability but have a workplace concern, is how it's worded. I was wondering, ballpark, what percentage are we talking about of our employees?
What percentage of our employees have we met with?
Oh, somebody's got to.
So Dr. Hetrick, when you say that, do you mean what percentage of our employees have we met with?
Sorry, we had a sound issue here in the boardroom. I'm wondering what percentage of our employees fit that category of wanting to meet with you because they have a workplace concern but do not have, I mean, it's worded a disability, but I would imagine that means one of those boxes that are more obvious can't be checked to not be on campus.
So we have focused based on the priority of the serious medical health condition, and then a need or lack thereof for childcare, and a need for leave or discussion on not being able to return to work because of childcare. And then after that is immediate family needs, and then some have indicated preference. So the majority of the meetings that we have hosted up to now have been to directly walk through the actual ADA process for those with their own serious limitations or health conditions. But we also have talked with, emailed, or met with those who have childcare needs. So we've hit both of those rungs of the priority. And then we'll be looking at and have conducted a few of the immediate family member situations that to try to at least provide the options or any potential leave that's available to them so that they understand that, particularly those who might be in a caregiving situation for a family member that has a serious health condition. That could be a potential qualifying FMLA reason for leave. And so we're running through those and starting to shift to that third rung of priority today, and they're all important. So when I say the priorities in that order, we've got a legal requirement to make sure that we're meeting those. Then we have the child care FFCRA, additional rights and leave availabilities. And then we have those who potentially have, immediate family member needs that we're trying to work through. So again, the ADA interactive process is a step with multiple meetings and physician input and lots of different capacity or facets there. So we've conducted all of the initial interactive meeting ones, and now we are scheduling and are rolling through after physicians' paperwork is in, what those actual ADA accommodation plans look like for individuals, and we are well underway with that. In the meantime, we've also done the child care, and then we're starting in with meetings or phone calls for the immediate family member need. And then we worked with campuses for them to provide feedback to those who simply have a preference to work remotely at this time. And so the campuses are helping to reach out with those staff. And I don't have a percentage number for you, but hopefully providing what we're doing and how we're doing it, because it's a little bit blended, and we've kind of really reached out in all capacities for those first two priorities, for everyone that's provided that feedback on the survey or have emailed or contacted us or their supervisors. And then we're working through the immediate family members. So we're working hard, getting as many people, individual one-on-one follow-ups as we can. And if we can't do that, providing emails to say, hey, we know that you put this on the survey. Please make sure if that need is still there that you let us know, and we're happy to schedule with you. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you, Tiffany. Marissa, you have a question?
Hi, Tiffany.
Hi.
I have about 4 quick questions. In regard to the resignations, it just seems like a lot, and I know that only 6 were related to COVID. I'm assuming we did like an exit survey. Do we have any data on that? Did they say anything with an exit survey? And would you say that this is a higher percentage than most years?
Well, so I'm going to start with your question. So about the exit surveys, there's an online exit survey that is made available to any exiting employee. It can be submitted online, it can be submitted by paper. And so those can be submitted. We have also conducted in-person, or by in-person, I mean either on the phone or Zoom reach outs to those who, particularly in our teaching positions, as we've progressed through the summer. And are y'all having an echo as well?
Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Just want to make sure everybody can understand me.
Yeah, sorry, we had a little bit of
That's okay.
Phone issues here.
And then we are following up in person with those who have resigned throughout the summer to make sure that we understand what their needs are, that they understand the different options they have available. And then, to be honest with you, Ms. Grijalva, some people feel that is really what's best for their family. And if they've made a financially feasible way to do that, that's what's best for them right now. And so, but we have made sure that they understand, that we want to work with them and what the leave options may be. But at the end of the day, despite all of that and being appreciative that we've had that very specific one-on-one follow-up, it's just what really works best for them in light of the pandemic and the circumstances for their individual families, as far as those that, few that we've had those one-on-ones with that have indicated resignation over the summer.
And then my other question was about the substitutes. I know that you've trained them on COVID. Like for the substitutes that are going to do like the online component, will they like a Canvas training, or how will they be handling that online component? All the different programs like Seesaw and stuff like that.
Right. So we're working closely with L&I for some of the instructional tool training. We are also being very cognizant with the technology department and making sure that the licenses that we issue and those types of things are directly issued to those who have a longer term assignment, and we're working through the dynamics of some of that substitute training in partnership with several departments right now. But I'm happy to within the next report or even perhaps before next week try to give you some specific examples of what we're working on. Rest assured, we are working on how to make sure that the substitute teachers are being trained in those different platforms as needed.
That situation. Sure. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Joanna, you had a question.
I wanted to tell you, Tiffany, that a teacher reached out to me last week, how appreciative he was of going through the process, the ADA process with you, and that he felt like HR really bent over backwards to give teachers options and to talk him through the ADA experience and different leave options should that not work out for him. So I wanted to make sure that I relayed that to you, and thank you for doing it that way.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that feedback. We are working hard to make sure that we provide a very thorough and a one-on-one truly interactive process and provide everyone with all of the options unique to their circumstances. So I really do appreciate that feedback. Thank you, Ms. Day.
Any other questions for Tiffany? I know, Tiffany, just to restate for the whole board, we know y'all are all in the administrative office working so hard to get the school year started. And so thank you. This is a unique experience for certain.
It is a unique experience in every position, in every way. And we're all having to be those creative innovators that draw us to the world of education in the first place. So yes, ma'am.
Well, we're very thankful for you. It does not go unnoticed. So thank you for that. I know that we've heard from others as well that have just really appreciated the fact that you've worked so closely with them to get their personal situation right. So
our goal really is, as an HR team, to be there for all of our staff who need us. So for those of you listening, we are here for you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Tiffany. Any other questions before we move on board? Okay. Larry, do you have any other items before we move on to Office of Superintendent? Okay. All right, so we'll move on now to item C, Office of Superintendent, Superintendent Washburn.
Thank you, Ms. Kroll, appreciate it. So superintendent's report, again, you'll note a breakdown of our legal fees are in that report. Additionally, we have provided you with enrollment updates. The enrollment updates compare the end of last year to our current enrollment numbers as of today. What you'll note to see is from last year to this year, we are down about 111 students at the elementary level, but we're up 253 students at the secondary level for a net of 142 more students than we had at the end of the school year last year. And so, of course, as we start school tomorrow, we will be monitoring those numbers more closely as we kind of reset and get our first day count in this week. So I'll bring back to you some more detailed information as we get that by the end of the week and give you a better idea of what those numbers look like at our campuses.
Todd, let me get you before you move on.
Yeah, I saw hands come up already.
Yeah, for sure. And I know I heard from at least one teacher today sending information to my student indicating that more kids had enrolled today. So I'm sure the number we'll look at next week will be drastically different, or different, maybe not drastically. Mary Jane, I think your hand was up first.
So kind of fascinating numbers, because we had an increase of about 9% at Sycamore Middle. And the elementary side was up 2%, but the other three elementaries were down significantly. So I assume those are families who have withdrawn their elementary kids. But are you getting communication inquiring about re-enrolling, like for instance, in 4 weeks? And then secondly, our capacity at the high school is increasing to 2,500. And I was just wondering when we would officially recognize that.
Okay, can you hear me? We're playing this on off switch here. I want to make sure we're on the right place. So yes, good observation. I know in talking with our elementary principals, they are hearing some of what you're talking about, that there are some families that are withdrawing but are looking to come back when we come in person. That I've heard that from several of our principals. Of course, we won't know until we get there, but the good news is that we do have teachers on, and we're fully staffed. And so if our families come back to us at that point, we'll be ready for them. Again, we'll have to adjust some schedules, but I think staffing wise, we should be in good shape there. Yes, the fact that we opened up the campus, as we talked about earlier, for construction, that we've gone from about, I think, 1850, 1875 to 2,500 student capacity at the high school. And so we're excited to roll out that new, that wing that teachers have already moved into when we come back to on-campus learning. But yes, definitely seeing an increase at the secondary level with number of students there. And I think over the next few weeks, we'll see some changes. I know that from the superintendent's office, I know Sheila has been processing a lot of new families in. In fact, we were talking about that today. We'll give you a different number of new folks coming into our district next week, because we're still processing those very quickly. Joanna?
Is there a way we could get some idea of what our peer districts are doing at the elementary, so that we can have an idea as we're moving forward, benchmark ourselves against them? And I mean, I know it looks like we're continuing to growth at middle school and high school, but I'm just curious. And I'm also curious about staffing levels at elementary, since we've hired so many new staff. What are ratios of our teachers to student and staff to student as we continue to move forward?
Yes, just a question or clarification related to peer districts and things. I know that can be kind of challenging. We tend to be fast growth, and some of the others not necessarily as much. And so it may be a while before they post, publicly what their enrollment numbers are. A lot of times that tends to happen the end of September-ish or early October. So that might be a little delay in coming. We could definitely get you, like I said, those ratios once we get, our kiddos tomorrow, throughout this week with asynchronous, instruction. We'll be getting our hands around that attendance rate, and we can pull back to you and let you know what those ratios are.
That would be great. Thank you, Todd.
And then Todd, it looks like Marissa has a question.
You just want to see me push my buttons all the time, don't you?
Just a quick question. Is there any way to see per grade level who has enrolled for online learning and not? Does that make sense?
Yes. So your question was about online versus in person by grade level. We have provided that to our principals, and so we have that. And you see quite a variation between grade levels. At the elementary level, you'll see some that have less than 50% in person and then more remote, and then vice versa. But it tends to fluctuate between that. So elementary is a little bit less. They tend to be around 45% in person remote. And then the secondaries tend to be a little bit higher. We tend to see, especially at the high school, 62% or so that want to come in person, and then less at remote, and same thing at middle school. So secondary a little higher for in-person, elementary a little bit less, but we do have it broken down by grade levels on campus. And I think the interesting part will be also at that 4-week mark, because I know that we've already had some families talking about maybe shifting their choice one direction or the other. And the way we have it broken out, though, we will not have to have teacher changes as a result, because we've already created that high flex blended model where students can flow in and out of remote and on-campus to try to maintain that balance, maintain social distancing, so we can have a safe environment for our students and teachers that are in the on-campus learning as well. But we can get that information. We just know it's going to fluctuate a little bit as we get closer to that time. I'm not used to turning sideways because I've been doing so many remote learning pieces.
I know, this is giving you a little bit of a fire drill here tonight. I don't see any more questions there, Todd, so please proceed.
So the only notice I have for you is related to a public hearing about that will take place on August 25th at 6:30 p.m. or September 8th at 6:30 p.m. One is at City Hall or via Zoom, and the other will be taking place at the Planning Zoning Committee. And this is allowing for extended permits for mobile food vendors. And so I think you've seen a lot of those pop up during this pandemic, that you're seeing more and more people, mobile food vendors in the Mercer Street location. So they're having a public notice to provide feedback on that. Let me see my other reports. And I believe those are my just office reports. Now I would like to shift gears to more of a COVID update, some PPE information follow-up that I could provide to you all. Since our last meeting, the business office has put out a request for quotes, RFQs, and those RFQs were on all those listed items that you saw last week, everything from clear face shields for teachers and masks for students. We also we're looking at some different divider options for student desks, and all of those went out for a request for quotes, and they're to be closed tomorrow at 3. And so we'll be going through that list with the business office to identify sources to purchase some additional PPE to help equip us for the start of on-campus learning taking place in September. And so one of the things I also wanted to update you on is we had a order that we were supposed to receive from the state, and unfortunately it was a partial order. They did not provide to us the student mask, which would be for our younger students. We were to be delivered over 19,000 disposable masks and just about 4,500 reusable masks for students. Those have not come in. However, I did have a conversation with Region 13, who is serving as the distribution center for the state for our region, and they did let me know that they do have our 4,490 reusable student masks that have come in, and they're to deliver those by the end of the week for us. And they also will be providing us with some hand pumps for our hand sanitizer supply that we received earlier from them. But we still are lacking the 19,000 plus student disposable masks and over 29,000 gloves that they're provide to us. So we're heading in the right direction with that. I'm hoping to hear when the additional 19,000 masks will come in later this week from them. And so wanted to bring you up to speed on that part of the PPE order. We are still waiting on our electrostatic machines. Again, we keep reaching out to the vendor, and they say that it should be in the next couple weeks. Again, if we get those within that time period, that will work for us. But this has been on order since April, so it's hard to be certain until we see them delivered in person. Additionally, just give you an update on one of the things that we are really looking at as far as making sure our campuses are safe for return is increasing the number of custodial staff that we have to clean and sanitize our buildings. I was in contact with Jamie Didalowitz, who leads our custodial team, and she had indicated as of, I think this morning, we are still down 6 staff members that we're trying to increase our capacity there so that we can increase the support for cleaning our campuses throughout the day as we have our students and staff return on campus on the September 14th. So as far as drivers, we are down a few drivers as well, but I think Pam had mentioned they feel like that they're still recruiting drivers and hopeful that in the next couple of weeks we can fill some of those positions as well. And then John Crowley, kudos to the child nutrition folks. We will begin our, feeding of our students who qualify for our lunch program starting tomorrow. And so I think that starts at 10:30, and they did a fabulous job in the spring. And I'm just excited about them starting back up that service. I know our families are excited about getting that support as well. So that will begin. He feels he's a few staff short, but based on the percentages that are indicating coming back, he feels like he can make it work as far as child nutrition goes and support staff. Also wanted to give a quick update related to devices and hotspots. Kudos to Cindy Wade and the technology team for just an incredible job. They were distributing devices last week, and they have today, and I think they have an additional one coming up later this week. We have just over 3,000 devices that are out in our community right now, and continuing to identify additional needs and fill those as we speak. The hotspots have been deployed. I know we've had some questions about hotspots. There have been some folks who were looking for hotspots and may have not received those, but we have been putting a priority on those families who identified through our enrollment verification process to make sure they had those hotspots available to them, and we're continuing to work off of a wait list as we speak. Additionally, we had put in an order through the state connectivity program where, if you remember, y'all were gracious enough to host a special meeting where we could get on that list to get those orders in several weeks ago, and we're still waiting on those additional hotspots that were ordered through the state to come in, but we are still working through, and we've ordered some additional supplemental hotspots above and beyond what was initially requested, because as we're more needs are being identified, we're trying to meet those needs. So kudos to their team. Also very proud of our transportation folks, because our transportation folks have been working side by side with the technology people distributing computers the last week or so. And again, it just shows that we have employees who are willing to step outside their normal operations to support our kids in this district. And so that's just phenomenal for them to be willing to do that and be a part of a bigger team. So hats off to them.
Todd, I'm going to interrupt you real quick. We've got several questions. Let's start with Joanna.
Hi, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the staff situation with custodians. We have 6 open positions currently. So did we lose someone since our last meeting? I thought, I thought we had 5. So I'm wondering whether we one, and then are we looking on top of those 6 to hire another 6 so that we would eventually have 12 open positions? I was a little confused.
Okay, and I probably led to that confusion. So let me look at my notes again to make sure I am speaking correctly. Hold on one second. So we actually, we have 6 additional positions that would be new above and beyond what we had last year. And then, and actually, as I'm looking at my notes, we had existing positions from previous year staffing that were available, but we have some that are in the process of clearing through the hiring process. So it looks like that we actually have 3 to bring us back to where we were last year. And then the additional 6 would be providing additional custodian at each one of the elementary school campuses. And then I think an additional one at the high school to help support that additional square footage that we were just talking about with the addition of the new wing, and then one additional one at one of the middle schools. So actually a total of 9 if you count 3 existing, 3 in the queue, and then 6 new additional. Did I confuse you more?
Okay. Did we lose Joanna? No. She must have dropped off because I was scrolling to see if I could find her. I think her connection may have dropped off. So
yeah.
Then there she is. Sorry, there you are. Was that, you dropped off for a minute, Joanna, or I
Yeah, you all froze and then I was kicked out of Zoom.
So did you get to hear any of that? Do you need Todd to restate that?
Yeah, I heard that we had 6 new positions and we had some existing open positions, some of which were going to be filled, and then lost y'all.
Yeah, so I believe we have the 6 new that need to be filled that are addition from last year, and then we have 3 existing because of attrition and things. We're trying to backfill those.
We have 9 total that we need to fill before in-person learners come. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Okay. So then Todd, let's go to Marissa next.
Hi, Todd. If we can't find the additional 9 employees by the time the kiddos come back, would we then consider hiring a company to assist in the meantime until those positions are filled, given that the cleaning is going to be so much more intense?
So we'll be working very closely with Jamie and her team as we get closer to that time to see what that gap looks like, and also see if there are other ways. I know sometimes, as I mentioned before, we had transportation folks helping to support technology for device distribution. So I think we'll be working with all of our operational folks to see if there's any ability, if we can't find some additional folks to fill those positions, to see if oftentimes some of our other operational folks are looking for additional hours as well. And there may be some ways to get creative and look at some additional support throughout the day by using other operational folks that are hourly to provide them with additional hours. Clint, I don't know, you looked like you were wanting to say something, and maybe that's just.
Yeah, I think Tiffany may have came back on probably maybe to say the same thing. We actually have a meeting that Tiffany scheduled with support directors tomorrow to talk through some of those things. So like you mentioned earlier, some of those things are already happening currently in a few areas, but we're bringing all the support directors together tomorrow to kind of discuss how we can maybe do some additional things with that. And you mentioned this earlier, receiving those electrostatic machines will help our current staff in a significant way to increase the amount of space that they can clean on a daily basis. Those things will allow us, the custodians, not only during the day when they have breaks, when students aren't in the classroom, when we get back to in-person learning, to go in and clean during the day, but then also to be able to go in and clean, each room at the end of the night. So it'll all of those things, the combination of the electrostatic machines and calling on some resources that from the other departments, and then potentially, very likely needing to utilize some overtime from our existing staff would allow us to bridge the gap until we can, fill all of those vacant positions.
I would just add that we have started having some very basic offline conversations. Jamie and I have talked briefly about, the backup plan for contracted services as needed. So, but, Jamie has been extremely diligent. The teams have been very responsive to any specialized cleaning that's been needed in the buildings. I've been extremely proud of the campus custodians and their work and their diligence. While they are taping the doors
for any staff who are there for the day, so they know exactly what classrooms have been entered. I mean, they're very taking this very seriously. So I just wanted to take a moment to give a shout out to our existing staff and say that they're really doing a great job, and they take this role very seriously during this time where these health and cleaning needs are imperative. And just to come full circle on the question of our contract services a consideration, yes, I mean, we've talked about if that's something that we need to get to, but we really want to check the feasibility within our staff and the reallocation while we're working on that hiring, and try to see if we can't shift that in-house first. And then one of our backups to that plan is, you know, if we needed contract custodial services, we could go there. And there are a couple of businesses that reach out to Clint and Jamie regularly. I even got one and forwarded it over. So we potentially have that option if we need it. I think that was originally what y'all were asking about as a plan if we couldn't get everything filled.
Okay.
Thank you, Tiffany. I just want to make sure that they felt supported and had the help that they needed. And if we needed to support that further, that it be brought up. And then Todd, I had another question for you, but I'm not sure if we should talk about it now or later, because it's kind of PPE related. Or it is PPE related. And that was my question that I had emailed last week about building out the nurses.
Yes, I have that.
Extra area. I don't know if you want to talk about it now or we talk about it later. And what the scenario would look like if we don't receive our PPE on time.
All right, I'm back. So yes, update on the nurses isolation room. So we have been working on that situation. Scott Schumann and Kurt Merrick have come up with design plans based on some specs that they've gotten from other districts on creating those. We were talking about the wellness clinic and the isolation room, and then within the isolation room, which they've already designated spaces, creating specific areas that would be made out of PVC and plastic to help even separate students if there were more than one student in a given isolation room. And so they have already put together those plans. They have sent out POs, and they're looking to begin to construct those isolation stations within that isolation room this week. And again, this is a great example where we have transportation people who are on the clock who will be working in concert with Kurt and Scott to help build these isolation stations for the isolation rooms. Additionally, we have just started with, we've received all of our signage. And so starting today and tomorrow, they're beginning to actually put out all those signs throughout the buildings for, social distancing, stickers on the floor to help, like what you see at, some of the different stores to help our students to social distance in common spaces. And again, hats off to, Pam and her team, transportation folks who are stepping up to kind of help support putting all those, visible markers up across the buildings. But we believe that over the next couple of weeks, we should be able to have those isolation rooms built out and would be ready to go for returning to school. So we have those spaces that are required by TEA for us to reopen. Yeah. And then
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think, Marissa, you mentioned or asked a question about just if ordering and making sure we had all PPE available. I think at this point, my greatest concern is around student masks, because I think that's essential for us. The feedback. Our goal is to reopen. We want our kids back. We know being in person is very important, but we also want to do it safely. And we know that our teachers, we want our teachers to come back safely and stay, safe. And so that's why the student masking is very important for us, and making sure that they're available, that we can provide to our students if they forget those masks, so that our environments are safe. Because the last thing we want to do is reopen in person and then have our teachers start to get ill, and then we don't have the teaching staff to be able to support the in-person learners. And so those are the things we really want to make sure are in place. And I'm hoping to know more by next Monday. We'll get those RFQ quotes in place. Also, and talking with Larry, and I think we mentioned this last week, that if we go through a cooperative, you saw the dollar amount could be pretty significant for PPE, but I believe we could do some ordering through the cooperative that would allow me to get those orders in sooner rather than later, because I think that's one of the challenges that we've continued to have. And one of the primary reasons we went with that 4-week delayed start was just the delay in the delivery chain, that we're ordering things well in advance and they continue to delay those orders. And so I'm very hopeful to be able to bring you back more information about what that looks like. And again, with that state order, hopefully, I know we've gotten some of it coming in this week, and I'll get more information about the 19,000 masks that they had promised us throughout the summer.
Thank you, Todd. Ron, you had a question?
Yeah. Hey, Todd, can you, I may have missed this, but could you give us an idea? For example, you mentioned you've got a waiting list on the number of students waiting for hotspots. Can you also, we don't need a specific number, but just a general number of how many are on the wait list. I'm also kind of curious to know how many other students who will not be able to log in tomorrow because they don't have technology or internet where they live. And then finally, do we have any students returning to any of the buildings, for any reason, I guess, other than, I was trying to think if, like, for example, if we had some students that live I'm trying to think like the northwest part of our service area. I mean, my gosh, I don't even know if you can get radio out there, let alone internet. So can you talk a little bit more about the number of students around those categories?
Yeah. I don't think I could talk specifically to numbers. I could just tell you that, again, we had originally through the enrollment verification process, 400. That was individual students, but you have to keep in mind, many of those students come from multi-student families. And so I know that we had hotspots available for all those who originally indicated that, but we're also beginning to get some additional requests beyond that. And I think there's some situations that are even going beyond their home, depending on where that additional child care is being hosted, that they're asking for additional spots that could travel with them to different facilities, perhaps, are some of the things that we're running into as well. And I know the technology team has continued to work through the hotspots. As I mentioned before, we had put in 200 additional hotspots through the state order, which we're waiting again on that state order to come through for us, and we've ordered some additional ones beyond that and are working through a wait list now. But I don't have the specific numbers. I can get those and send them to you later. But I know that we're also going to be following up with those families to make sure that they're able to connect, because as you mentioned, even giving hotspots, there may be some areas that will not be able to access it in any way. And so we'll be reaching back out to those families to make sure that that has solved it, and if not, continue to problem solve with them how we can connect them.
Thank you, Todd. If you would get us sort of an update of numbers next Monday, I think that would be helpful, because I know basically we're trying to meet all the need. It would just be nice to know that delta between how many more kids we have than we've been able to provide, or, that aren't in stock yet. As I know our goal is to make sure everybody that has one has one rather. Mary Jane.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead.
So a point of clarification about the RFQ process versus more innovative ways to obtain needed items, like the electrostatic sprayers that we ordered in April. I assume those are industrial strength, because you can go to Amazon and get some version of something called an electrostatic sprayer. And then with even children's masks, I've seen them so many places, and I'm reminded of when hurricanes have hit the coast, and school districts in that area would share supplies and be reimbursed in some form or fashion later. But those needs were met again by other districts, and then even some of our businesses. Someone asked me today if we had reached out to HEB. Like, I have no idea, but just, I would hate for us to feel like we're constrained by strictly the RFQ process, and just, I hope we're exploring other avenues.
That's a great point. I think it is something we will continue to expand. And I could reach out to some neighboring districts also that and see if they would be willing to entertain some type of a sharing or like you said, even a swap out. We get ours, we swap it back with yours. So I think that's a great idea to be more innovative on trying to obtain those masks.
All right, Joanna.
I saw Larry raising his hand. I didn't know if Larry had.
Thank you. Yeah, just a comment, Dr. Hedrick, on the process with the RFQs and that. Doing things through our co-ops, et cetera, is really a pretty quick process. We sent the RFQs out, a request for quotes out last Thursday, I think it was, and had a deadline of tomorrow. We've already gotten some back. If you do a formal bid, that could be a month or two, but the RFQ process within a week, and we said that we think we'll have the tabulation done by the end of this week. So it's really a pretty quick process to use our co-ops that way. And they also have multiple vendors in them, so we get competition as well. But bids, yes, ma'am, those are tedious, but the co-ops can be pretty quick.
Next week, could we also get an update on what we've spent on PPE and other materials related to that are under the $50,000 limit, or that are otherwise don't need board approval? If we could get an update on what we bought and how much. I know we got some of it in a board update, so there may not be anything else other than what has already been purchased, but if anything else has been. And also, you help me understand the RFQ process and the RFP process, because I'm not as familiar with RFQs and how that meets the bidding, how that works in terms of our bidding requirements under law.
Basically, the RFQs, and of course, there's a couple of different definitions of RFQs, because if you're soliciting professional services, you do a request for qualifications, but these are requests for quotes, and these RFQs and the RFPs may be a request for proposals. Those are with vendors that have gone through the selection process to be part of the purchasing cooperative. So under state law, we are able to purchase from all of those vendors that are on the co-op, and there's a whole bunch of them, without going through the long process of getting a bid. So it's a way to, in essence, I think, Ms. Day, pre-qualify the folks we're doing business with.
So just to making sure that I understand, you're using the term RFQ, you're soliciting the request for quotations through the vendors that have been pre-qualified through the co-op. So they're members of the co-op or whatever. Okay, and so if we were not going through the co-op, we would be going through an RFP process. Is that true?
Probably, maybe. Yes. Or a request for a bid. It would depend on how we were looking at it, but yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The quotes are much, much quicker.
Okay, board members, do we have another question or any other questions before Todd continues? Okay. Go ahead, Todd.
All right, I am shifting to, I think that was the PPE part. Oh, just a brief update on the work of the task force. We had, we're doing weekly meetings, and so we met last week and really kind of focused our attention around digging into our health and safety protocols that we had put out through our R3 plan. And so kind of walked the committee through that process, and they provided some insights on some certain areas in which they felt like that we could strengthen or create greater clarity on different processes, how those pieces would work. And so we're working on modifying that plan to really talk through some things such as visitors to campuses. And, again, we talked about really limiting visitors to reduce, potential exposures there. And one of the questions came up about, obviously parents wouldn't be able to have lunch with their children, but also the fact that particularly at the secondary level, we have a lot of families who would drop off lunches and things for their child during lunch. And so we really need to communicate that we won't be able to allow that practice, because again, it just increases the volume in the front office, and we're really limiting access there. So we needed to enhance that communication language, make sure that was clear, so parents knew what to expect as we return. There was also good thought around, we're emphasizing water bottles and not using the water fountain as we have in the past. And there was some question about perhaps we might want to provide some water bottles for some of our students who may not have the ability to bring water to school. And so talking with principals on how we might be able to provide some of those resources for our students as we return as well. And the other part of the discussion we did talk about related to the task force was just looking at protocols and practices around what the masking and with our younger students, and identifying ways in which we could build in some mask breaks that would maintain the health and safety that would be needed, and looking at appropriate ways that those could be done, especially at the elementary level, really was where the primary focus was there. And so we will continue to explore that further. I think we provided them with some update on cleaning and just the PPE as well, and they just wanted to make sure that we had the necessary PPE and the support people in place, so that when we open up, we can do it safely and make sure we have all of those processes in place for a safe return to school. So I think those were the highlights of that meeting last week, and then we'll be meeting again this week to continue those discussions and continue to work on our plans. That is my COVID update. And then the other piece I wanted to talk a little bit more about was revolving a lot of questions we had, I think, last week around FERPA and how what that recorded direct teach would look like, and how we could support our teachers through that process. And so wanted to provide you an update on that. We have created remote learning guidelines for both our teachers and our students on, expectations on how to participate, appropriately via Zoom, making sure that everything from encouraging students to be in a quiet place so that they can listen to that direct instruction, expectations about, again, making sure that they're prepared to learn when they come online, and that they're expected not to do any of their own picture taking or recording of lessons beyond what's videotaped on the lesson by the teacher. In addition to that, we provided some guidance for our teachers on ways in which they could provide that direct instruction recording for students asynchronously. So we provide them with really two primary options, and then talk to them about what small group and whole group synchronous activities would look like. So what we recommended, one option is a pre-recorded lesson where teachers would pre-record the lesson, and you've heard it a lot at the secondary level where they call it the flipped classroom, where the teacher pre-records the lesson, and then students will actually watch that lesson. Teacher can pause the lesson and conduct Q&A for those students that are accessing the lesson synchronously, or if it's asynchronous, they would have that whole lesson to watch continuously online at their own time period. The other piece that we talked about is more of what we're calling a direct instruction live, and that would be, again, in the Zoom platform, a teacher would record the lesson. Students, if they chose to come in synchronously to hear the lesson live, they would be recording that direct teach. And when they would minimize, what we're looking at here is thumbnails of pictures of our board members and other participants here. And so as they're recording that live, they can minimize those thumbnails to do the direct teach to record. They can hit pause and then do a check for understanding, where they open back up the gallery view and do Q&A, questions and answers, do clarifying, break down any misconceptions. And then what they would do would be hide the thumbnail again and then come back to recording that lesson. So it's a seamless instruction, and they would do a review of any clarifying questions that came up through the group, or really emphasizing any misconceptions, or maybe doing it, if it's math, an additional problem to make sure students really understood the concept. And so that would minimize the concern about FERPA violations, because you would have the students, or the pictures of the students would be minimized, and they would still listen and hear the instruction. They'd see it live, and then the teachers would pause at different points through the lesson to check for understanding and get clarity on those concepts. And then ultimately they would provide the student with whatever that learning experience or exercise would be for that day, explain those directions, and then again, open it up for question and answer. The other piece to that's during the recorded piece. And so we also talked about in our asynchronous plan, there'd be opportunities for students to connect synchronously. We talked about small group instruction. I think you heard the elementary teacher talk about that. The secondary teachers talking about those times where you're bringing students in. It may be for intervention purposes, or for academic support services, as Susan was talking about earlier. So those would be synchronous activities within the asynchronous. So it would be a scheduled time where they would have to come in, but we would not be recording those. And again, FERPA really talks about, record, you're trying to protect that academic record. And so with the live synchronous pieces, which would be small group instruction or maybe some whole group, we would not be recording that. And so that would not be a concern from a FERPA standpoint. And I know we shared this plan with Oscar Martinez, our Walsh and Gallegos, one of our attorneys, and he did mention that he thought that these plans were FERPA compliant, and I think he's also will be available for additional questions in closed session about any specific questions that board members may have about that. So we sent out directions and guidance to our teachers on how to actually navigate through that Zoom piece and make sure that we're utilizing the minimize feature to help with that FERPA concern that was mentioned.
Board members, do you have any questions about this at this point?
Looking for my agenda. Let me. And I think those are all my updates for this meeting.
Board members, any questions for Todd on his, any of the items there on his update that we haven't addressed yet? Okay. Well, that moves us along to the Board of Trustees update. We have listed as one of our items the Texas School Safety grant. And Todd, do you know if that is something that we need to discuss? If there's a update related to that, what we need to do in terms of it?
Yeah, I do not have anything specifically on an update for that.
Mary Jane, do you by chance know what that's in relation to?
My impression is that that was on the calendar because it's on our board activity calendar. And Shannon, aren't you the board liaison to the, I don't know if there's any deadlines coming up or.
It wasn't exactly a board liaison. It was just, I served that purpose as well as a community member. So I honestly, since Joe was the one that was handling that, not Joe Burns, Dr. Green. I honestly do not know the latest status of that. So I don't know if Ms. Gamis is on or not.
Perhaps it was on there because we're talking about a board liaison with the other liaisons. Is that the best?
I don't think so. I think it was like Mary Jane had said, we were on that 3-year grant and we started the 3rd year.
Okay.
That might be why, Carrie. That might be wise because it was on there for several years because we were in that cycle.
All right. Let me compare notes with Sheila on that for next week. I'm not sure on that. We do have the opportunity before us to nominate a school board member to serve or to attend, to get rather, a TASB stipend for the National School Board Association meeting. This is the meeting that takes place in DC that Mary Jane has gone to now twice, I believe, once as an attendee, and then I think she'd gotten a scholarship for the 2nd year, and last year or was awarded a registration, and then Ron went with her last year, and I know they both speak highly of that, and I'm happy to let them visit about their experience. I would encourage a board member, I know things are probably tentative with COVID, but I would encourage us to go ahead and go through the process to nominate someone. That way we can take advantage of it should they move forward with it. So think about that. If you're interested, let us know. I know Mary Jane and Ron would be happy to answer the questions about their experience, and we'll want to get that nomination made next week unless we just don't have anyone who is interested in participating. Okay, it looks like then we have 4 different liaisons that we need to appoint. The one thing I want to clarify is whether or not these are annual appointments. I don't think we did that when we met as a board. We were trying to get that online. Mary Jane, do you recall if those are in your calendar, if it's 1 year versus 2 year, et cetera?
So PTA Council is a yearly appointment. I believe last year was Shannon and I, and we would just tag team and try, hopefully one of us could get to I believe there's 4 council meetings per year. CapCog, we'll have to check with Ron. Ed Foundation is a 2-year term, but we just never addressed it, I think, last year in the shift of superintendents. And then I was going to ask about the District of Innovation Committee because at some point we're going to have to reconvene the entire committee to reapply, is my understanding.
Yeah, isn't that next year? I mean, aren't we at the end of that time? So that's probably, the timing is probably right to identify the board member. That way when they convene the committee, they're ready to roll with whoever that is. I think it's coming up next year. When is our current DOI expire? Does anyone know that? is
My
2021?
memory was 2021.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And so it makes sense that in 2021, we would be actively meeting to put together our next application, right? So I think that's timing is right. Okay, and then the board activity calendar. It was in board book. I'm clicking on it real quick. Except my board book is not wanting to cooperate right at the moment. So I know we've had an opportunity to review this as a team during our team building. I would just ask that everybody take another glance at that between now and next week to make sure we haven't missed anything and to make sure it looks like it's in good shape for us to just make, set in the our shared document so we can use it as a guide moving forward. There's no real formal approval that needs to take place, but we do want to make sure we've got all the workshops in there that we talked about based on our notes from our last meeting. So in terms of this update, I will visit with Sheila and get on top of what the Texas School Safety Grant, if there's an action for us there. Board members, if you're interested in either nominating yourself or someone else to apply for that TASB stipend, again, let me know that. And then just these liaisons, I know some of you have let me know that you're interested in one or the other. If you would go ahead and do that if you haven't already. We'll discuss those next week. Hope there should be enough fun to go around for everybody. Ron, did you want to say something?
Yeah, the CAPCOG is a acronym for I think it's the Capital Area
Council of Governments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it typically involves an annual meeting in December. A lot of the past topics have included mostly transportation projects, but there are county commissioners there, county judges. There are some representatives from K-12 and higher education, and and I would be more than happy to serve in that capacity should I be reelected to my term in the fall. But just so you all know, it's usually an annual event. It involves the best conference chicken I've ever had in my life at the Omni South Park.
That's a huge selling point there, Mr. Jones. I appreciate that.
It's delicious.
Okay, so board members, consider that when you're thinking about who to nominate. Joanna, you have a question or comment?
We didn't talk about, and I don't know that this is in our formal board calendar, but doing monthly school visits this year. I know we stopped doing those when schools closed. And also I wanted to mention, last year we were each at a campus on the first day of school in order to welcome back students, and that went so well. And we did not discuss doing that this year. And I think our staff would probably I know tomorrow is probably not going to happen, but would probably appreciate seeing us welcome them back. If we wanted to do something where each of us went to campus maybe next week for the second week of remote learning and just cheered people on and handed out our cards or the tiger cards, something like that. I wanted to point that out, but I don't want us to stop. I personally don't want us to stop our monthly walkthroughs. I think those are really important and probably even more so now.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna, for that reminder. Todd and I had actually talked about kind of getting a rundown with what the tomorrow's first day of school looked like, since it wasn't going to be a traditional sort of celebration as it is as kids are entering classrooms. I don't know, Todd, you want to visit briefly about what you have planned, and of course we can visit on the side to see what we might be able to do to engage board members during this online learning period. That's item one. The second would be those campus visits. And I think that providing them in the appropriate manner for safety is reasonable.
Yeah, I like the idea of maybe letting this week kind of go through, and maybe we could hit next week, and I could put out some times and see if, I don't know if you want to do it individually or if we want to see if there's a couple that want to go to a couple different campuses. On the monthly school visits, was that just was there a Google Doc or something to define what the best time is? Or it seemed like it was afternoons, if I remember correctly, but I didn't know if there was a specific day that worked better for people to try to set those up, or.
So typically, I think that Sheila, she'll be able to guide you on this. She either set them up or she worked with Bruce to do it. It was all times of days. We just made sure we hit every campus and every discipline within the district. So transportation, childcare, et cetera. And then you sent the dates out so board members could plan in advance for the year. We tried to successfully do that month to month. I know that a lot of times board members have things come up, they aren't able to participate, but those that can always did. Okay. And then Mary Jane, it looks like you had your hand up.
I was just going to point out, pardon me, on our board activity calendar that it lists for this month a communications report and then a review of our vision and mission statements, but that's not actually in our agenda.
So we had vision and mission on the draft agenda, and because we hadn't reviewed it at the at our team building, I had that removed, but I haven't looked at that calendar. It may be that we reaffirm it every year, and that's what we were supposed to do this month rather than rediscuss it, because I know we had intended to review it and make sure we didn't have any edits that we wanted to make during our team building. So we can easily add that back on for next month just to reaffirm it. I know there's work to be done on some of the other statements we talked about. So that's an easy edit. Thank you for that reminder. And we do need to get sort of in a good place in terms of the document. That way we have something that we're all looking at month to month to make sure everything's on the agenda.
Carrie, did you say you're going to add it for Monday or for next month?
We can add it if all we're doing is affirming it. I can't imagine the board needs much time. We can add that for Monday and be done with that. I don't think we can have a broader conversation about it at this point. We would need to do it next month during the workshop probably if we wanted to do that. And I guess, does the board have a preference on that? We just didn't get to it when we did our team building. So let's just affirm it on Monday so that we weren't sticking with our calendar. And then if we decide we want to do more work on that, we can post it for a workshop. And then the communications update, was that supposed to be part of the workshop, Mary Jane, since you're looking at it, or was it?
Yeah, Sheila.
I didn't get that.
I think Sheila was going to share something with us.
Okay.
Going to help. Try it again.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so y'all had communications reports, and I'm sorry, I forgot what the other one was, student success, I think, that y'all wanted to add into the calendars, and I didn't know where to put those, so I just kind of randomly put them so that there'd be one every quarter. But y'all hadn't talked about that yet.
Workshops, you mean, Sheila?
Not workshops, but just as a report.
Okay. Got it.
Carrie, I think that
in one of our meetings, in one of your meetings, it had come up that y'all wanted regular reports on those two items.
Go ahead, Joanna. Were you reaffirming that?
Yes, I think it's related to the communications audit and implementation, is that we need to track implementation of the communications audit, figure out how, if I'm misremembering, please someone let me know. But that was my memory, is we had the audit, we need to track its implementation.
I think we could take a look at that and just maybe tweak, like Sheila had mentioned, she put some placeholders in there, and I think we may want to just tweak them around just a little bit before next time. but definitely keep that at the forefront because it was part of that follow up.
And the other I'm not seeing is we set the broad areas of what we want the district-wide goals to be, but you are going to go back and talk to administrators and have ideas for us for ways of measuring the goals, what they should be. And we need to have that either on August or September calendar.
Okay.
All right.
I'll get online with Sheila and Todd and get those specifics figured out before next week. Any other comments or questions related to the board report? Okay. So then let's go through the consent agenda. Many of these are items that we see annually. I will ask Todd, perhaps if there's anything in particular there that you want to provide an overview of, or Larry rather, before next week.
I don't have anything. Larry, is there anything you want to highlight in there?
I thought that the certified estimates of values, which is your item C, that those numbers were interesting, especially as you note the numbers that represent the taxable under protest values this year as compared to last year. And that's across the board. My peers I talked to, they're experiencing the same thing. And mostly that's because with the COVID situation, CADs were not able to have hearings. So you see that last year in Hays County, we started off with about 124 million in protest values. After they adjusted it down for what they thought it was going to come out to, it's about 74 million. But this year it's over $1 billion that's under protest. And you add that to what's the regular one there, and it's how you get your total values, as you see for Hays County, or Hays Central Appraisal District rather. We went from 5.7 billion to 6.4, and percentage wise, the Travis properties really went up because they went from less than 8.5 million to 11.7. But our total values were roughly up about 13%, just over 13% year over year.
Board members, do you have questions about that?
I'm sorry?
Comments?
I have a question that I forgot to ask during Larry's portion, and I'm sorry guys, I'm just super tired today. Is there also a way that I'm not sure what budgetary assumptions we made when we were creating this year's budget with regard to growth and how that's going to impact the budget this year. We grew at just over 2%. And if we keep that up, if we assume 2% instead of between 6 and 7% growth, like if we are going down from our demographers numbers, how that's going to impact our budget over the next year with state funding. So I meant to raise that earlier and to see if we were going to be off or we needed to be prepared to be off what any of our assumptions are. And I'll be asking the same about our assumptions regarding attendance as we continue to get on through the year.
That really would have an impact on the amount of money that we might have to pay in recapture if our student population was a lot smaller than we had anticipated it being. But as far as the state funding, you've got that basic allotment that's there. And that's going to just be for the number of kids. And if they're not there, then that won't be there. So yeah, it could have an impact on our projections. But as I recall, when we looked at it last month, we were pretty close to the budget projections that Scott had laid out for in several different areas. As I recall, I was real impressed when I looked at it that he was as close as he was. So at this point, I probably can't give you a real good answer on that, except to say that yes, if our student enrollment goes down, then our recapture is likely going to go up, because those are a balancing act, the state aid and recapture, et cetera, with the enrollment.
Thank you.
I will say this, Joanna, that we do know that as far as percent of attendance, we are in a hold harmless for the first 12 weeks of school, which basically means that we can do no worse as far as percentage of ADA than we did last year for the first 12 weeks. That's kind of that transitional period they have in place. Now, that does not account for, like you mentioned, if we're below what we projected as far as just ADA in general, but at least the attendance percentage, we're in that hold harmless for 12 weeks.
Board members, any other questions or comments? Okay, so consent agenda stands as is. Then we have our board discussion action items. Item 1 of that is approval of purchase of PPE safety related items. Todd?
Well, and again, just to go back and get clarity from the board, we will be working on those RFQs, looking at trying to order what we can as quickly as possible to get the additional PPE that we are anticipating from the state to kind of cover that piece that isn't going to be available to us. And we can actually, if we go through the co-op, I have the ability to exceed that $50,000 limit because it's through a co-op purchase. And if the board would be in favor of me going ahead and doing that, it would just allow us to get some of those materials in more quickly than if we waited till next Monday to submit some of those orders. And that's covered through policy CH local.
Board members, questions about this? Let's look. We don't have anything in our agenda book yet. Todd, are you going to have specific proposals or a generic request in terms of approval?
Well, once we get the RFQs together, we'll put together a package. I guess my question to the board would be some of those, specifically the student mask is the one I'm most concerned about. That and depending on what the quantity and price is, might even fall below the 50, but CH Local allows, you know, if we go through the co-op, that I could purchase beyond the 50,000, which wouldn't necessarily require us coming back to the board for approval on Monday for that. But for some of the other larger items, I could put that together and bring you all a proposal. Again, I'm just most concerned about the student mask piece, trying to get that in as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously there's some holes in what we have to be prepared. Absolutely want to make sure we have that in store. I think at this point, I'm worried about what's going to be here in the next 4 weeks, as slow as some of this is. So ultimately, are you wanting the board to give you some direction in terms of what we'd be comfortable with, or how to word the action item?
Yeah, we'll work on the larger, I guess, order once we get the RFQs. But I was just really wanting to try to move forward with getting those student masks ordered as quickly as we can once we get those RFQs this tomorrow afternoon.
So, I mean, I don't think we can take, we're not scheduled to take an action on it tonight. So the earliest we could do anything would be next Monday. So I guess it would be helpful for y'all to see what you get back in terms of usefulness. Did the RFQs have any information in them in terms of timelines?
We did request
If it could have
that, yes, ma'am.
deliverables? Okay.
Yes.
So you'll know kind of who can get something here in the next 14 days versus.
Yeah.
We requested not just the pricing, but the estimated time to delivery. And the ones that have come in so far, my purchasing coordinator advises that some of the things, but I can't tell you what they were, but there were some items that some vendors had, and they said it could be quickly, and others were going to be a little more drawn out. So we'll have that information when we get everything in, which will be tomorrow's when the deadline is.
And of course, you don't meet until next Monday. I think that you're going to probably have to work as a team to get some direction into what next Monday would look like. If indeed the working through the co-op allows you to have access to the purchasing power, and that looks like the way you need to go, then it makes sense, I would think, defer to the board to say it makes sense to go ahead and do that. But if you need a larger request, we'll want to have that ready for Monday. We also need to know, I mean, if we've got another week and we still can't guarantee that we're going to have masks, for kids, we need to know that too, because that could be a determinant. And some of the other items we have to discuss next Monday. Board members, what am I not thinking of? Because I'm real tired tonight. That Mary Jane.
So I just want to be clear. What I'm hearing is that there's the chance even tomorrow to buy a limited quantity just to have as a stopgap measure almost while you're trying to order, but you don't need permission from us to do that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that I was trying to communicate that. Maybe I'm not communicating clearly either. And I was bringing up, and Larry can help fill in the gap for me. But basically, going through the co-op, my typical threshold is $50,000. But if I go through a co-op, I can purchase even beyond that $50,000 without board approval. Not that I don't want your approval, but it just would allow me to expedite, like I said, some of that PPE that we know that every day that goes by, you get a little bit further down that supply chain, and just looking at, that stopgap kind of thing that I could get some of those immediate needs in through the co-op.
CH Local is worded such that if it's through a co-op, then the superintendent can do budgeted purchases of over 50,000 and then report the next month to the board about what those purchases were. At this point in the year, all of our budgets are pretty well unspent. So I think we're under the ability, we've got the ability to do that because these are going to be within the overall budget. We've said to you that we're going to need to come back later in the year for a budget amendment to add some dollars to the budget overall. But as far as where we're at right now, we have budgeted dollars that we can make purchases out of.
Joanna, you had a question, or did you clear it?
Larry just answered my question.
Got it. Okay. So yes, please proceed. It makes sense. According to what the discussion has been, we expect that will happen. Barbara, please go ahead.
So we've talked about, masks, needing the masks, and that's a priority item. I think the item that would need further discussion, it seems like, is this, several $100,000, whether we're going to order dividers for, what segment that we may be ordering dividers. That's a much more expensive item. We haven't, had that much discussion about, whether it's going to, be more effective than masks. So if that's something that, y'all are getting quotes on and interested in pursuing, it seems like that may warrant more discussion on Monday. Is that something y'all are still looking at?
Yes,
Yeah.
and that was part of the, well, that was part of the package that we quoted, that we requested quotes from different vendors, were several different kinds of dividers, different price points, et cetera. So yes, ma'am, we'll have information on that as part of the tabulation that we do for the responses.
Yeah, and I agree, Barbara, that's what we'll be bringing back to you. I just wanted to really kind of put that emphasis on the student mass piece, because I feel like that is essential and critical to us reopening and wanting to get that order in as quick as possible. But we will still bring to you additional packages of PPE supplies and equipment on Monday, so we can discuss it further.
Any other questions, board members? House for bedtime, so dinner and everything when the house isn't fully set up is a little bit hard. So I appreciate you being patient with me. The next item B is consideration approval to extend online learning.
Again, this putting this on the agenda so we could have the dialogue and discussion about it, providing you all with more up-to-date information on what we've just been talking about, PPE, kind of where we're at as far as being poised and ready to come back on September 14th to give you an update. But wanted to have that as part of the conversation so we can just walk through that and have conversations. Of course, we've heard, from some of our stakeholders this evening on their thoughts and things, but just wanted to put that on the radar so that we're talking about it and people are aware that we're talking about it. But we'll provide you with some additional information on updates on where we're at as far as our preparation for returning on campus.
Barbara?
So is that something you're gonna be bringing us a recommendation on?
Yeah, I could bring a recommendation next week based on the information I have. It's an option that's available to the board to vote upon if you so elected to extend that time period or not. But yes, I can bring you a recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be on our agenda for next week, that's what I feel like we would need is a recommendation. What administration's recommendation was or is going to be.
Sure.
Marissa?
Well, I think Barbara just asked what I was trying to get at. I guess the idea of putting it on the agenda is in the event, if I understand correctly, in the event we don't get the PPE on time, or is it more because there are other concerns from administrators in the district? I guess I'm not quite.
Well, Todd, do you have it on the list for the task force to discuss this week?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, Carrie, what you said.
I was asking if you had it on the list for the task force to discuss this week. I mean, I think everyone's clear, but maybe we should clarify that the governor and the TAA commissioner allowed for a 4-week online transition with the option for another 4-week per the vote of the board of trustees. It was for a number of reasons, one of which was to make sure that we had the proper PPE in place, certainly, and that extends from just the actual masks to the actual protocols and procedures. You heard Todd say that signs arrived today, but it also has to do with the disease state and whether or not people feel comfortable, whether or not it's a safe thing to put teachers and students back into the classroom. And so if you'll recall, this conversation was happening in late July when the numbers were skyrocketing daily. And I mean, today we're one of 4 states now that have 10,000 people in our state that have died from it. So, I mean, we're certainly still hitting markers, unfortunate markers. But the issue is that all of the CDC guidance, the AAP guidance, all of those do recommend children to return in classroom, in-person setting for social emotional well-being, but it also under the situation that the disease rate is low enough to where it's a safe proposition, and you're not going to put people back into the classrooms, and the next day they're all going to wind up, next day or two sick and having to rotate out. So the decision is, if in 4 weeks we think that the environment with what we have on hand to provide PPE and processes and procedures is safe enough to put people back into the classrooms, or if the board votes to extend it another 4 weeks. And what Barbara was asking is whether or not the administration is going to bring a recommendation to us, because that's, how the board would want to vote is based on what recommendations we have before us. The task force certainly would be an option that plays into that. We've talked previously and have never been able to figure out if there's another metric that's scientific based that we would look to in terms of a particular disease rate, a particular hospitalization rate, a particular whatever rate. We get those reports daily from the Hays County Public Health Department. It's clear that people are still getting sick. That 3-day average was 13 people a day in the county positive over the weekend. I mean, it's a low rate, but there are still people getting sick. So we don't have there's no standard metrics by which we make that decision. So if the boards are going to have to vote next week, we're going to want to have some very specific guidance that helps make that decision. And I would just remind everyone that the board, as we all well know, works as a board to on these things. There's no, political agenda, as may have been mentioned during public comment, that takes part in this. It's about the safety and well-being of our teachers and students, and what the district administration feels is recommended based on those conversations with parents and medical experts, and any other health specifics that they want to put out to us in terms of recommendations. So board members, other than the superintendent with the task force and his team coming with the recommendation, are there other pieces that you would like to see before feeling comfortable in making a vote next week? Which would be one or the other. Barbara?
I just want to say that if there is going to be a recommendation to extend online learning, I mean, we've talked about this before. What I definitely would want to hear is some kind of plan to phase back in. We've talked about, I mean, we've got to get our special ed kids back in. We've got to get our at-risk kids back in. Maybe the little kids, pre-K through 3rd grade. If administration is going to bring any kind of recommendation for extending it, I definitely would want to hear that kind of a plan that would go along with it.
Mary Jane.
Sorry. Hey, Carrie, I think, you don't mind my chiming in. I think that, yeah, I agree with Barbara. I think one of my concerns has been, and I spoke with Dr. Kidd a little bit and before then Mr. Burns about, being able to, for example, try to serve especially our students at special ed or students who struggle, that kind of thing. And of course, you read a lot in public comment, for example, and before this evening's meeting, which we all participated in. And by the way, I appreciate the format of being able to share the responsibility of reading that. It's critical for all of us. The problem for me, of course, is that politics are all over the place. It depends on which set of facts that you want to subscribe to that can impact a decision. And then, of course, and then tragically for me, I mean, I have my granddaughter goes to a preschool, and I won't bore the whole story except to say that school had extraordinary measures as far as social distancing and face masks, and students didn't have to wear them, but the teachers did. And they had to walk across this mat that supposedly sucked off all the coronaviruses off their little shoes when we went in. And long story short, my granddaughter's teacher came down with COVID and suffered a demise from it. And so it, and it broke my heart. It was just an awful thing to have to go through. And she was an extraordinary teacher. And I mean, there are some other things at play there, but without regard to all that, it's such a critical decision for us all, and you have to take in all these different things. And of course, and that's why we were going through a lot of these questions about, and of course our numbers here in the area are obviously changing every day. But still, anyway, I think that being able to hear from the committee will offer some insight. But at the same time, I'm of course, if my kids were still students in the district, I wouldn't hesitate about sending them back to school. But then again, they were different kind of students, and of course they would have learned more that way as opposed to online. One of my sons is wrapping up his undergraduate studies, albeit remotely via online learning, and he is not a fan. And so I totally get the need for our students to actually be back in school. And I got the feeling from talking to a lot of our administrators across the board, of bus drivers, everybody, maintenance. I mean, they want to be in the schools. I mean, everybody wants to do that. So we're trying our best to make sure that we can do that in a safe manner. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you for helping set the scene for kind of the conversation. Mary Jane?
So I think three things. One is I've mentioned in a previous meeting, I don't know why different stakeholders reach out to different people, but I have been inundated with messages about mental well-being of kids. And that probably has caused me then to gravitate towards articles in Ed Week, for instance, and in other places about the skyrocketing percentages of depression. Being a fly on the wall in the first two COVID task force meetings, it seemed like that was barely addressed at all, perhaps because there just aren't any experts in that area on the task force. That's one of the reasons why I was asking Tiffany about what options are we providing, again, in the spirit of innovation. I really don't know where the law begins and ends, but I very much want to know what options do we have beyond the ordinary for those teachers who are scared to return to work for whatever reason, because I know there's a lot of teachers that are saying, for the love, can I please teach in the classroom? They are ready. So, I mean, I think those are my two main points. And then third, I think psychologically to vote now on extension sends a message that maybe we don't want to send, and we can always vote later. So that's all I wanted to say.
Marissa, did you have a question?
Oops,
So that was my next question. Like, what is our deadline to make that decision or to vote on that? Like in
I don't think we have a deadline. I think,
week in advance,
you know,
or?
You may remember last meeting, I just simply said, if we're going to do it, we need to do it, because, you know, drawing it out is painful. People need to make plans and know what to expect. That said, we just don't meet again until after, unless I'm looking at the calendar wrong, we don't meet again until after kids will go back to school, teachers would go back to school after that 4-week period. And so we can have, we've been having meetings every single week, as y'all know, throughout the summer. It's easy for us to call it a special meeting for that, if that's the board's desire. I think there's just the pull between making the decision so people know what the decision is and so that they can plan, and waiting till, you know, closer to, so you know if the PPE has arrived and whether or not the disease trend is going down, and all of those things closer to. There's no deadline. I mean, as far as that's concerned, I would think the only deadline we have is the day before school, right before the 4 weeks runs out.
And Todd, my question to you is, I guess what you're going to, again, if I understand correctly, what you're going to gather for next week is, I guess, input from your team, from the task force, where we are with PPE. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, of course, taking into account
The
what
pandemic.
our educators have wanted and our stakeholders,
Yeah.
all of those. Okay.
Joanna, I know you have a, Marissa, or were you, Joanna, I know you have a question.
So I was a fly on the wall in the last COVID-19 task force, and I just want to let the board know that the 4-week was discussed, but the task force could not come to consensus, and they really felt like they needed more information. They wanted to see what other school districts were doing, like other school districts that opened in person, get some idea if there was spread or infection. They had a couple issues that the number of members of the task force wanted more information on. And so I just want to let y'all know that, you know, hopefully they would have a recommendation if that's what we're all looking for. But I don't know that. I just want to be clear that might not be the case. And I agree with Barbara. We all times to understand what the plan could be to bring our most at-risk kids back first, and what that would look like. And I really would like to see that as part of any recommendation that comes from administration.
All right, board, any other discussion on this item? Todd, do you have anything for us?
No, I appreciate the guidance and feedback, and we'll be working through that with the task force and providing them with the updated information that I have available to me, and we will give you that information next week.
Thank you. So then item C is consideration approval of attestation for asynchronous plan. Dr. Kidd, I know we talked about this in the workshop. You'll be bringing a recommendation to us next week. Anything else you would like to cover here?
No, I don't believe so. I'm going to get some updated information and then do a red line side by side for you, for your review.
Thank you. Board members, any other thoughts since we had that presentation earlier tonight? Okay. Then we'll move along to item D, consideration approval of board resolution temporarily authorizing employee requested unpaid hardship leave. And we have, I think Tiffany's still with us tonight.
Good evening, board members. I am bringing to you a combination of a couple of different options that we might have for employee support and leave in light of the pandemic. And first, what I'd like to point out is there were several sample resolutions that were provided to y'all from just the basic TASB sample resolutions over a month ago, because there were some questions from the board about what ways we might be able to support employees. And board members had mentioned throughout a couple of different meetings the concept of hardship leave within our local policy. So one of the resolutions that was a possibility for boards to consider inside of the TASB samples was essentially a long-term unpaid leave option. And that's actually for school districts that do not have anything like that in local policy. However, what we do already have in our local policy is the concept that we call hardship leave. And it is a form of unpaid leave. And you've got 3 attachments with you tonight. The first is board policy DEC local. And that PDF is actually highlighted for you on page 5 to walk you through that definition. And so really this is unpaid leave for a period not to exceed 1 year for the alleviation of hardship that results from a natural disaster or similar devastating life-changing event involving the employee or a member of the employee's immediate family. And I know that there has been some expressed board interest in clarifying the use or capability of use for that hardship leave. And so what I would like for you to consider, and what I'd like to recommend, is that while we don't have to do that by resolution, which is your second attachment, there is an attachment available to you if you wish to utilize a resolution to authorize that use of hardship leave. Because it exists within local policy and the Board of Trustees interprets its own local policy, if you felt that it, and you agreed with the recommendation that we'd be bringing, that COVID related needs for what basically equates to an unpaid sabbatical for protection of one's job based on the pandemic, then we could authorize administratively. What we'd do then is we'd have the form and the application, and we would understand by board action the intent for hardship leave and that type of leave to be covered within the definition for reasons for leave needed related to the pandemic. Now, again, this is a leave that is unpaid, and it is when the exhaustion of all other leave options that the employee may have are no longer available. And so I think Dr. Hetrick, you had mentioned, some of the options of how we could support staff. And what I like about the hardship leave option is if you've got an employee who does qualify for multiple forms of leave based on their serious health condition, or they're a caregiver for another's health condition, they would be able to expend all of that leave available to them by right, but then they would have hardship leave as an extension of that leave that was there by right. However, perhaps you have someone who doesn't fall within the legal right of leave, however, has a compelling reason or need or other family reason to request the hardship leave due to the pandemic, then although it would be unpaid and they would have had to exhaust the other types of local and state leave that they have, it is available to them as a form of job protection to try to support those families of our employees, the employees and our employees' families through this difficult time if there was a compelling need related to COVID-19 for them to take that time off. So wanted the board to consider that, and I just thought that it would be a good idea for a formal action to state that the pandemic would be a compelling reason fitting within that definition so that we could confidently then administer the local policy within the realm of the pandemic we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Tiffany. I know we've got a question from Joanna and then Barbara.
Sure.
I don't have a question. I'm just really glad to see this. This has concern of a number of us moving forward because we do have so many talented staff members who we put a lot of time and money into training so that they can be the wonderful and amazing classroom teachers that our district is known for. And I hate to see them leave because they have a real fear of catching, of the coronavirus, or maybe if they fear for a family member. So I'm just so glad that you did this, Tiffany, and you brought this to us for more discussion. Thank you.
So under the proposals, what happens to an employee's participation in TRS for retirement? And then what happens with their participation in their health insurance, the TRS health insurance system, and our contributions to those?
That's a great question. So when you've exhausted all paid leave and you move outside of the realm of FMLA protected leave and you're in a fully unpaid leave status, then we have board policy that states that we can no longer pay the district's contribution of health insurance. However, TRS allows for what they call inactive staff, which would then be those who have exhausted all leave and are in unpaid status, inactive staff to remain on the insurance and with that combo of board policy requirement for them to pay and the TRS limitation, they can stay on the employee insurance for up to 6 months of being on an inactive status. So that's why combining the paid leave options all available and then shifting into hardship leave only once that's all exhausted, that would further that 6 month start time would be delayed until after all paid leave has been exhausted and hardship leave actually begins. So there would be some benefit implications, and that just depends on how long the request for hardship leave actually is. That's a great question.
So I want to make sure I understood the answer. So when they become inactive, we can't contribute anymore to the health insurance, but they can only stay on it for 6 months. They would get kicked off after 6 months.
Yeah, so the TRS rules require a 6 month, if they're inactive for 6 months or longer, even though they're still listed as an employee, they become ineligible for those benefits. And what I don't know, and what we certainly want to look to potentially advocate for, is to see if those might be waived in light of the COVID pandemic. I have not heard anything to state that they will, but it's certainly something to try to flesh out and to work out and see if TRS would be willing to waive that 6-month extension in light of this. I'm not certain that they would, but it would definitely be something we could look at talking with them about.
Okay. And then what about their years of service in TRS? Isn't there a timeline in the fall? You have to be active by a certain time to get your year of service. How does that work?
Yes, there is. So you have to work a certain amount of days in order for you to establish a full year of service. So those who don't work for long enough to establish a year of service aren't going to receive that year of service under TRS, but they're also not working. Right. And so, that is going to come into play. So we need to make sure that we outline those pros and cons for staff, but I think that any staff who are really in need of this option, we will fully explain those potential ramifications to them throughout our process and inside of the application process, where they say, I understand this, I understand this, I understand that, I still would like to make this application for leave. We would make that absolutely clear for them and update those application forms and procedures, just so that they are counseled and fully aware of what those limitations might be for them and what those cons, so to speak, are. But I think anyone who's very seriously considering this option really would be in that category of wanting to sit out up to that full year and see what next year brings. And while I think it's a relatively few amount of staff from all the conversations I've had over the past month, I do think that there are a few that may access it as needed.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Additional questions for Tiffany? I appreciate you bringing this option to us. I know the board appreciates all the work you're doing and trying to figure out what the best solution is for all of our employees.
Sure. And before we move on, well, the hardship leave, I believe, really could be an action only. However, if you wanted to provide a resolution to have a written statement, I've got a sample copy there for the hardship leave local interpretation. So really, I believe that a board action alone, interpreting its own policy that already exists, would be sufficient. Okay. But I wanted you to have that. And then attachment 3 are additional types of personnel leave resolutions that if you click on that attachment, there's a resolution in here regarding the extension of paid or unpaid, but if we were going to do this, I think proposing that a paid leave option for precautionary exclusions, meaning that if someone is exposed to COVID-19 in the workplace, and that's where their exposure originated, we could potentially offer additional local paid leave through this resolution. The idea is that this is temporary, and so that's why TASB has these sample resolutions for additional pay, so that you're not shifting board policy for something that's temporary, but that you are providing that relief to staff. And so if we do have a workplace exposure where close contact occurs and we require them to self-isolate, and that's through no fault of their own, that's through a known workplace exposure, we have talked as an administrative team about if we were able to make that work financially, that would also be something that would be supportive for our staff who are exposed due to the workplace, and provide them some additional days of paid leave for that basis. The EPSL, the emergency paid sick leave, for the 6 qualifying reasons for that federal paid leave, only has a maximum payout of 80 hours, which is the equivalent of 10 work days. So a lot of scenarios that we've had questions about or that we've received from staff include the point that, if I'm exposed in the workplace and I have to quarantine, and day 7 or 8 I get into quarantine, and then I actually do become ill, and then my child becomes ill, we're talking about a much longer period of time to be out until you're eligible to return, based on either your own illness or illness within your family. And so there are some concerns that 10 days of federal leave, which is very, very welcomed, and we're very glad that that the government is providing that, albeit we're footing the bill for that, as I've mentioned before. And we do have the 10 days of local and personal leave that the employees receive every year, 12 for year-round staff, 10 for 10-month staff. This would be additional paid leave for when we have those mandatory exclusions from work due to a workplace exposure. And then either an alternative or another consideration is just almost a simpler concept of a resolution regarding extended sick leave during the epidemic. The TASB writes the resolution as if it could be paid or unpaid. And as we've talked about, we've got some unpaid options that we could access, particularly hardship leave. But if we were interested and able financially, we could more simply extend sick leave once all other leave is exhausted or all state and local personal days are exhausted. It could be an opportunity for staff to access up to the number of days that that are indicated in the resolution of paid leave, in addition, to the general pool of leave once it's been exhausted.
Okay, Tiffany, we have a question from Joanna.
Are you recommending that we choose between option A and option B on the resolutions, or are you recommending both of them?
I would like to see the precautionary exclusion heavily considered by the board, because I feel that workplace exposure is something that is a potential to occur as we shift back into in-person. And I think that it would show support that if this occurred in your workplace, and we know it's due and caused by your workplace, here's the additional support that we have to help you. And then what it doesn't do is eat up that 10 days of their EPSL for federal leave for if they get sick or their kiddos get sick or something like that. So option A, I would say that I would really like us to look seriously at considering. And then option B, of the several options and resolutions that the TASB packet had, was the one of second interest to me. Ms. Day, you're asking me, would I rather us do one or both, or is this an alternative? It's really neither. I mean, I understand that there are financial implications to these, to these extended leave policies. But from an employee and support standpoint, and from some of the questions that I know that the board has consistently asked about that type of support, I think that this would help employees. And I think that both of these resolutions in different ways help employees. Option B is a little bit more general, and once all their leave is expended, then they could dip into this pool. And so potentially that would also include anyone who is under precautionary exclusion. Whereas the option A, with the precautionary exclusion as the reason, with that required isolation due to workplace exposure, is very specified.
And then both in option A and option B, the board has to determine the maximum duration of the leave. Mm-hmm. And so they use the example of 2 weeks. What would you be recommending in terms of maximum duration for both option A and option B?
I think that the 2 weeks is reasonable because it would cover typically a quarantine time frame. I also think that, it mirrors the federal leave grant. The EPSL right now has an expiration date of December 31st. And so it may be that it's wise to look at extending sick leave at a later time through resolution if the federal government doesn't extend that benefit to employees. I know there's talk of that, but I have not seen or heard that that's actually occurred yet. And so that would literally require an act of Congress. So it might be something that we keep and watch, and we provide as a second semester mirror and match to the federal capabilities that are the federal additional paid leave that started in April and expire in December. So if I were to go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if I were to prioritize, I really think that an employee who has a workplace exposure, if we could support a paid leave for the workplace exposure, that would work. And I want to clarify something here. There is a potential for shifting temporarily to remote work for some instructional and different positions. And so we would be creative first. So if a remote option were not available for those that were required to go to isolation, and that there was not a way, if there was a way for them to temporarily work from home remotely, that would be better for them. It would be better for the students, particularly in that instructional setting. And we would have to work out the logistics of providing the in-person supports needed while they also work remotely. However, there are a number of positions where remote work is simply not feasible. And so for those positions where we could shift to a temporary 2-week remote status while these folks are in isolation due to a workplace exposure, there's not going to be a need to access that precautionary exclusion extra leave. But for those employees whose jobs are primarily auxiliary based or operations based, who cannot perform the functions of their job remotely, they are out, and they're out paid leave without the option for that shift to remote work temporarily. And so I just want to be very clear that it would actually be targeting many of those hourly staff who would not be able to otherwise perform their jobs remotely for a temporary basis because of the nature of their job duties. So this is a very targeted option that I think would benefit the workforce that has no option but to be at work to get paid.
Thank you. And then I just have one more question, and it's for Larry. How should we be, knowing that our employees and staff are the #1 greatest asset of our district, and how should we be looking at this and the potential financial impact, knowing that we want to invest in our staff, as much as we possibly can?
That's an excellent question for which I had an excellent answer, but I don't off the top of my head. I think that obviously the business services and HR are going to need to work together to maybe try to do some kind of projection of what the utilization might be so that we can advise the board of what the potential cost might be. But at this point in time, I can't answer that at the moment.
And, there's a reason that the hardship leave is recommended for action now, and that these other considerations are still, I'm not pushing as hard, because there are some financial feasibility pieces that I respect. But I also am hearing loud and clear from the board, and I'm hearing from a lot of, our staff members about concern of running out of leave. And I think it's just something that needs to be in the forefront for us to discuss and consider. And so, Mr. Kaiser and I can, and Mr. Martello can work closely together to try to drum up some type of a meaningful estimate. I think with the precautionary exclusion, if you, this is when there's no remote alternative or temporary remote alternative, we have quite a number of folks who could work remotely while they're in a self-isolating period. But we then have those several hundred who really cannot, and we want to make sure that we're helping them to the extent we can. And the parallel there is that these are our hourly staff, and they rely on every penny of their paycheck, and not like all of our families do not. But that's just something to keep in mind. And, if the crews are largely going to be covering during that absence, as opposed to having substitute crews available, and it's more of an overtime, there is going to be a cost for that overtime. There's potentially going to be a cost for bringing in the substitute staff. The truth of the matter is that we do bring in substitute custodial staff fairly consistently. So, as well as any of our hourly staff who have their essential duties, we still cover that. So you would have a double cost, not necessarily a double cost equivalent to the salary of the person who's out, but you would have the cost of the substitute plus the paid leave that would otherwise be expended with the the days accrued in a normal year.
Ron, I know you have a question. Your hand's up.
Yeah, thank you. So Joanna already asked my question about the monetary considerations with those options. And I realize, Tiffany and Larry, I realize that we're asking you to look into a crystal ball to some degree. I get, but are we doing it? I guess my first question also would be, because I'm not sure how much contact tracing we're actually doing. How do we know if a teacher did get sick, if they actually picked it up at school or someplace else? The reason why I bring that up is the example I brought up earlier about my granddaughter's teacher. They don't know where she got, I don't think, because they tested everybody else in the school and all of those tests came back negative. So then the assumption was that she must have picked it up well, who knows? Nobody knows is the point. But how are we addressing that?
That's a great question. And so just a point of clarification, we don't know where folks originally are getting sick. So the precautionary exclusion is not for those who are in fact have fallen ill. It's rather for those that we have identified in the workplace who came into close contact while they were at work, and we are sending them home as a precautionary exclusion from work. And so it is a much more limited scope than if you're ill, you have access to a precautionary exclusion leave. So we would have done workplace tracing, and we would have determined that due to this notice and these facts, we have a case where there was an individual on the campus who was tested positive, and during the infectious period, person A, B, and C were around the individual within the close contact definition and must therefore go home for the 14-day period. And that would be when precautionary exclusion pay would kick in, because we have identified it was in fact at work where they were exposed, not necessarily that they became ill. If that makes sense, at least for the option A. But that is a great point, Mr. Jones.
Okay, board, any other discussion this week before next week? Any other questions for Tiffany? Okay. All right, thank you, Tiffany, for this. I think it's important to be asking these questions, and I'm thankful that you're doing it. If you can work with Larry to come up with some better understanding of what financially some of these choices would be, I think it would be helpful for the board in making that decision. We want to support our staff in any way possible. We just need to make sure it's feasible.
Yes, ma'am.
For sure.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to move on to the next item, which is consideration approval of our board operating procedures for 2020-2021. And I know we've all seen a draft. Barbara or Joanna, do you have any comments for us after our team building? Are we set and ready to go based on that conversation?
We definitely need another round of copy editing. We did a little, but I just saw a typo. But we had talked in team building about including a procedure that allows for the board to meet with director level hires and discuss as a group our vision and mission, so that we have a chance to speak with new hires informally and get to know them and them get to know us. I know I thought I'd read that in Plano's policy, and I've looked really hard to see where I could find it, and I haven't found it again. I'm happy to draft something before next week if y'all are still interested in having that, or keep looking for what I read, because I think it's a good idea, but I didn't know if there was enough interest to spend some time writing.
Board, that's a question for you. What do you think? Is everybody awake? I think that the conversation and team building was that it was a good idea, certainly. If you don't mind taking a stab at that, obviously the board needs to review the draft again to make sure we've caught all of those copy editing type edits. But if you could add that in, Joanna, as well, then we could maybe make it the best document ever.
I can do that. The other thing we didn't really decide on is our annual evaluation, our annual self-evaluation. And I think Barbara got some feedback from Phil Gore.
I did, and he didn't provide a lot of options. He provided the same ones that we've done, the TASB effective board practices one that we've used, the TASB XG, and then I think he sent me one from some other state from like 20 years ago. And I read through that, and it did seem kind of dated. So I personally, I don't know how many of you have had the wonderful opportunity to take your SB 1566 training. I just took that this weekend because we have to do it every 2 years. And they talked, I thought it was a good training. So it was different, I guess, Ron, than when, you all enjoyed it in person there at that facility with, extra accoutrements. But it talked about the TASB, the XG summary, the XG survey, the one we did this past year. And I think that's an adequate tool. I don't know if y'all have strong opinions about that, but maybe make that the one we use, for the next several years to have that comparison.
Board thoughts on that? I agree. We've got this year's as a start. We can use as a comparison for future. I don't think anybody's real fired up about it, or either that or we've all run out of steam. So let's go with that, Barbara, if you don't mind. The XG, adding that language into the draft. Board members, I'll just ask that you give that a review late next week before our next meeting to make sure, give Barbara and Joanna time to drop that language in. Mary Jane, you have a question?
Yes, the main section that might warrant just a little bit of conversation is under communication with the community. I mean, this is a significant departure from our past norm, and I'm okay with it. I'm not sure that we're thinking through all potential unintended consequences, and maybe another line is warranted in there. There's just a lot of discretion in the way that it's worded about replying, on an official district email, for instance. So I'm sure it's been exhausting for you, Carrie, to speak for the board on every single thing, but then you were always so diligent to copy all of us. Mm-hmm. So when there's been so many emails where it seemed like, even though it was just to me, probably everybody got it, and 9 times out of 10 that's true. So it seems like it could present a quandary for us if now a stakeholder is getting 7 different messages potentially.
Yeah, for sure.
But we can all look at the verbiage again between now and now.
Yeah, and Ron, we don't have page numbers on here for some reason.
I found it. It's under communications. It's around page 17.
Yeah, I would recommend we all look at that. I think that there's concern from the community that somehow, because I respond as the board president on behalf of everybody, that I'm inserting my will onto everyone. And I think what I'm trying to do is be reflective of the board's collective opinion, and provide just some basic information. That's what we would hope. I think anybody in the president's position would do. I do think it gets tricky if you've got every board member saying something a little bit different.
I just want to clarify that we're talking, the only change to the communication policy in this regard is emails and letters that go to all of us which I think are the majority we get, it's still the board president or the board president's designee that responds. When a message comes to an individual board member, then the individual board member, that is where we've gone and made some changes. So if I get an email addressed to me about something related to my action, or a concern addressed to me, I respond, and then I'm encouraged to CC the rest of the board, or at least forward it on to the board president so that y'all are in the loop and know what's going on. The only time you wouldn't be forwarding it on or CCing the rest of the board is if there was personal information that, about the individual's child or an employee with a health condition. So I just want to make sure that we're understanding that we also went through a quick and dirty, I'm not saying it's the best benchmarking exercise, and to try to make these and procedures aligned with other ones. And this was taken, it was some of the best language we found in other boards' operating procedures to kind of align our practice with policy.
No, and I understand. I understand that. And I'm just saying that on second reading and thinking about the extraordinary number of email messages in the past year that are a departure from previous years, where people are taking the time to email each one of us individually, and we really don't know, because they might personalize it a little bit, Dear Mary Jane or whatever. That certainly then lends that opportunity of a stakeholder getting 7 different messages. So, but we can all look at the verbiage again in the coming days.
And I think the other thing to keep in mind with that is, we've talked about trying to make a more robust effort with the overall district communication plan and the board's participation in that. What I hope is that, as communications gets, back to the point where it's fully staffed, that maybe we'll get some assistance around that in some of these, high, interest areas. If we're all getting, just tons and tons of emails, maybe more assistance about, what the district's response is. So that makes it easier for us to kind of pass that along in response to some of those. So I think there's the hope that that happens too, because we talked about, I think we've got the section in there about how we're going to meet annually and review the board's role in the communication plan. So I know that doesn't, certainly doesn't, I hear the concerns you're raising, Mary Jane, and that doesn't address it completely, but that's maybe some piece that helps with it, helps with your concern.
Okay, so board members, we have this next week. It sounds like we're gonna have a couple of additions related to the board. I can't even think right now. Barbara's gonna add in the board comparison review from year to year, and then Joanna's gonna add in the segment related to educating on the goals. And then if everybody will review that prior to next week, it would be appreciated. And that will bring us to item F, which is our policy update 115. And Todd, this is on first reading.
Yes, so the good news is we have time to process this. It'll be first reading this month, and then second reading and adoption the following month. So just quick highlight, really update 115 is reorganizing some policies and really addressing topics like student welfare, counseling, and mental health provisions. FFEB is focused around mental health provisions. It also, a big chunk of the updates revolve around new Title IX regulations And so you'll see some revisions to different policies around student policies on section F related to just how our processes we have to have in place for Title IX sexual harassment cases that are brought in front of the district. And so we've been working on updating not only our procedures for that, but also this will be reflected in the update when we approve on second reading. A couple other brief things around student and parent complaints about refusal or entry or ejection from a property. It's just extending that time in which that can be resolved to 90 calendar days, and that's in section FNG local and GF local. And then a slight change to attendance accountability in FEB local, and just removing that reference to second and fifth hour of instruction to allowing individual campus times. And I think Karen had put together some of those attendance accounting times for elementary, middle, and high school. But those are kind of that's the overview, and I know it's kind of late in the evening to go in much greater depth there, but as I said, we have a full, this is only first reading, and then we'll go into the next month for second reading if you want any more specific information. But this update is also already aligned with some of our earlier adoptions in January, so all those are in alignment with each other.
Barbara.
I'm going to try to be brief, but we've warned y'all before not to put policy in front of lawyers, no matter this late in the evening. The only thing I saw when I read through was, I think that I want to make sure that there is more alignment between DIA local, FFH local, and FNG local in terms of the definition of sex for discrimination and harassment purposes. I don't know why they don't match up. I don't know if it's because DIA local was a B policy and FFH and FNG were X policies, but there's a specific definition of sex, how that's defined for discrimination purposes for employees, but it doesn't seem to carry through for harassment for employees, and then for discrimination and harassment for students. The language doesn't track, it's slightly different. And then it needs to track through to FNG local. So if we could kind of tighten those up and make sure they're all in alignment, that would be great.
All right, we'll circle back on those.
Super helpful, Barbara. Other comments or questions? Okay, remember that the redlined local policy comparison packet is in there if you want to take a review of that. Tiffany, did you have something?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, Barbara, to make sure we're absolutely clear, because I did, when in DIA, which was of course my focus, right? I saw that in accordance with law, discrimination on the basis of sex includes, and then it goes on to define. I just want to clarify, because it is late, and I want to make sure that's the language you're talking about that doesn't track across all policies. Okay, well, okay. Karen, on that, it's page 1 of 7 in the DIA local, which is page 6 of the 48-page PDF.
So it's specifically defined, Tiffany, for discrimination under DIA local.
Right.
But then it's not so defined under harassment under DIA local. And then it's defined slightly differently under FFH local for discrimination and harassment. And I think it should all be the same.
Okay, so we'll question that and determine if there was anything purposeful behind that. And if there was not, then we'll request that gets looked at for alignment. I just wanted to make sure that I saw that definition and want to make sure that's the definition you were speaking to that needs to be aligned in the other policies. Okay, thank you.
Protected categories are defined on the EEOC website. And I mean, typically EEOC follows the federal law. And so it did strike me as odd when I read it that we weren't tracking EEOC language, but maybe there is a reason I don't know for that. So maybe that's just a question for Oscar or whoever, TASB, who writes the policy.
All right, thank you.
Now, if you don't mind, Mr. Washburn, the only thing on that's not super intuitive, but that is in the policy that I just want an opportunity to point out. DED local is where we have paid vacation days and what we call excess days. They're basically non-duty days that the administrators and some of our 12-month clerical staff have. We have that very clearly defined in board policy and have for years utilized DED local as the placeholder for that very defined process. They are recommending that DED local basically remove all of that, put it into an administrative regulation, and just the local policy simply allot for the use of vacation leave as in the admin regs. And so that is something that is a shift that we haven't seen since I've been here since 2014. So I know there were a couple of places that they were cleaning that up, but they believe that it would better align practices to put that in the admin regs than to keep it in policy. That's certainly up to the board's prerogative, but I wanted to point that out because it's going to be easily missed in the update with all the Title IX changes that occurred. So, and as y'all know, when we have that local policy, if we adopt in full, it's going to take all of that out. It's going to have a very small paragraph, and then we're going to slide that over to admin regs if we want to take that recommendation from TASB. But I wanted to point that out. And if that's the route we go because it's a better practice, I'm great with that. We will just need to make sure as an HR team that we develop the administrative regs that correspond with that. And it'd just be a matter of taking that deleted language and popping it over to an admin reg. Thank you.
Board members, any other comments or questions? I know we've got time on that, which will help. Okay, Todd, we've made it to announcements.
And no announcement tonight.
No announcements tonight, but the first day of school is tomorrow, which is super exciting. Okay, the board will now convene in closed meeting to discuss the following items posted on our agenda this evening as allowed by Texas Government Code. Consideration of matters pertaining to personnel, legal, student discipline, and/or real estate. Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.082, 551.0821, and 551.129. Superintendent evaluation goals and process, Texas Government Code section 551.074. Deliberation regarding status of TERS Town Center project and related matters, Texas Government Code sections 551.072. Consultation with legal counsel on agenda items, Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and 551.129. Consideration of matters pertaining to personnel, legal, student discipline, and/or real estate, Texas Government Code sections 551.072, 551.074. 551.082, 551.0821, and 551.129. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussions in closed session will take place after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. It is now 11:10 p.m.
Okay, colleagues, we ended our closed session at 1:19 a.m. And there being no reason to vote on any agenda items, then we will be adjourned at 1:19 a.m. Have a great first day of school.
Bye.